call John Bellissimo.
All right, step forward, please. Will you raise your right hand? I swear testimony about gives the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, have a seat. And as with the other witnesses, try to stay close to that mic so you amplify, okay?
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yep.
Good morning. For the record, for your full name.
Sure, it's John Michael Bellissimo.
And John, as I told Brother David, I realize it's awkward that I'll be asking you the questions, but whenever you can, could you
Sure.
John, what's your home address?
It's 264 Countryside Drive, Naples, Florida, 34104.
And do you have a home in Cleveland as well?
Yes, I have a home in Perry. It's 465 White Angel Drive, Perry, Ohio. So I have two homes.
Are you currently married?
I'm currently married.
And who are your children?
I have three boys.
And what are their names and ages?
I have Michael, who's a college math professor in a college in Florida, and he is 28. Ryan Bellissimo, who lives in Rome, Ohio, married with child. He is 27. And then I have Jason Bellissimo, who still resides at my home in Perry, and he is 24.
We've heard Naples, Florida a lot. A lot of your family members go down to Naples for vacation.
Yeah, it was, something that my parents always wanted to do when they retired, and they purchased a condominium there. And obviously, with three kids growing up, vacation was in Naples, Florida every year. We didn't go anywhere else, maybe Disney, but that was our spot. And certainly we love it down there, and it's a great place to live. And myself, I had bought a condo 20 doors down from my parents, and used it occasionally because I was living here, and used it as a vacation home, and obviously close to my parents, and we loved where they bought, so we bought. And my sister also, she lives about a mile away. She has a place in Florida as well, seasonal. She still resides in Menor, Ohio.
Okay, your sister would be Karen.
Karen, correct.
And you said you live close to your dad down in Florida, your residence in Florida. Tell us a little bit about your dad. How's he doing today?
Well, my dad, obviously when you lose a mate over 50-some years, it takes a toll on you. We've all been through that, or some of us have been through that. And over the last few years, there's a lot of loneliness there. And we can see a little bit of decline in his, I guess, memory a little bit. And still active, still drives, still takes care of himself. Health-wise, seems to be fine. Certainly he's had open heart as well. And a patient of Dr. Wilson. But he seems to be getting around. Not as easily as he was 3 or 4 years ago, that's for sure. And, it's taken a toll on him. He's not used to it.
Does he travel back and forth?
He does not. This was the first year we wouldn't allow him to drive. Typically, he would drive down to Florida every year by himself and his dog, and we just couldn't do it. It was just getting too dangerous, and it's actually a risk for him to even go grocery shopping sometimes. But he's still doing it, and for the last few years, he cannot drive back and forth. And he's got a little dog that him and my mom bought 12 years ago, and for him to leave that dog there or travel with it is pretty tough, and it's an event to get him back and forth.
Can you tell us a little bit about your background, if you would, John?
Sure.
Did you go to high school and so forth?
Yeah, so I'm a graduate, 1985, Wycliffe High School. And after high school, during high school, I played a lot of sports, football, and that. And I went to Kent State University after graduating from high school. And I graduated with a criminal justice degree. And my first association with the company was the U.S. State Department in Washington, D.C. in diplomatic security. I did that for a little bit of time, and then eventually came back to Cleveland. Wasn't really into the travel abroad career. And I met my wife in 8th grade, and we've been together ever since. And we ended up getting married, and worked, a few various jobs with friends that had companies. and eventually landed with Dean and Scott Mueller, who owned Mueller Tire and Brake in the 90s, and started a career in the automotive business, and then eventually had some entrepreneurial spirit to go out and open my own business in Maryland with an associate that I knew, and we opened up, my brother and myself opened up a car dealership. And we eventually bought a Kia dealership and had that for about 6 years, and then we sold it, and we both came back to the company we started with since we were in the automotive business.
And what's that company? Who you playing with that?
It's called Dealer Tire. I'm vice president of Dealer Tire. It's a very large organization in Cleveland that supplies tires to all the car manufacturers in the country: Toyota, Lexus, Mercedes, Audi, BMW.
Okay, try to keep your voice
Yep.
down if you can.
Sure.
And you have an office in Cleveland?
I do have an office in Cleveland, and I'm considered remote. Our company went to a remote status, so I did have a condominium in Florida. And when we went remote, my wife and I went to Florida, and being in a condo for 6 months is different than being in a condo for a week. And with remote, we seem to have a lot of visitors. So before things got out of control with real estate, we said, let's buy a house. So we ended up buying a house in Florida, and then ultimately changed our residency. Thought it was the right thing to do. And now we're permanent residents there, but we spent 6 months and a day there and the rest of the time in Cleveland because we love Cleveland.
You said you get a lot of visitors. What do you mean?
Well, our kids come down, every year. A lot of friends and family visit. Seeing that we have so many places there, there's plenty of room for, everybody to come. So.
How would you describe your parents' relationship, your mom and your dad?
Yeah, it was awesome. I mean, being in Cleveland, the relationship was different here because they had alternative things to do, right? They all had friends, they all had commitments in the community or other things that pushed and pulled them. But when they're in Florida, they were together. I mean, that's your cellmate, right? And I'm starting to realize that too. You're with your wife, and that's the only person you have, and you get up together, you go to bed together, you go to parks together, you do everything together. And they really enjoyed their time in Florida because it was their time to be alone a lot and do the things they want to do. So that it was an awesome relationship.
In the year prior to her death, was your mom able to take care of herself?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury, did she enjoy her independence?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, my mom, I can give you a little bit of background on my mom and her family. I mean, she's a third generation in Wickliffe, Ohio, and her family was a very integral part of the building of Wickliffe and a very well-known family. And, her cousin was one of the first doctors there. Her brother owned the gas station. Her other brother owned the laundromat. Her cousin was the landscaper for the city. My grandfather built Mark Carmel Church, as one of the founding, members. And he established an Italian-American club there. He was on the first board, which my mom was a member of that for decades as an auxiliary because she was a wife. So her family was really involved in the community. But importantly, my mom, her mom died when she was very young. And I'm going to say between 5 and 10. And I can tell you that my mom lived her life to be the mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother that she didn't have. And you can tell that in her. She took very much passion with everybody she dealt with in our family. And no matter if it was me, my brother, who claims he was the favorite, everybody that she was with was her favorite. And she was involved in everything with the grandkids and the great-grandchildren. She went to all the sporting events. My kids were great athletes, great wrestlers and football players. She didn't hesitate to go anywhere, and she was mobile, and she's seen them graduate from college, most of them. She didn't make Jason's, it was during COVID, but she was very active. And, certainly with the depiction of all the ailments she has, there's not a lot of context around that. Like, her knee was bad, but she did laundry in the basement every 2 days. She went up and down steps. She did have an inhaler. I've never seen her actually go up steps and have to take an inhaler. I'm sure she's used it, and things of that nature, but, the context is she had these ailments, but they didn't stop her from doing daily life. Same with, when we say she had sores on her legs. She didn't have sores on her legs every day. It was something that came and went. There was months she never had any, but maybe there was a week she had some. So, So there's a lot of context on all the ailments she had, but it didn't prevent her from going up and down, grocery shopping, driving, all the way up until, the very last day. She was never grounded.
I take it your mom and dad had a long and happy marriage.
Yes, for sure. Still married, just not together.
Based upon your personal observations, interacting with your father, how does he miss you?
Absolutely.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach?
I could,
Sustain.
I could tell you.
Hold on.
Okay, sorry.
Dad, you're on?
Yeah.
How's your father getting along without you, mom?
Objection.
Overruled.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yeah. Did you contact him?
I called.
All right. Go ahead.
John, I want to be careful here. I want to talk
Sure.
about, I want you to talk about only what you personally observed, okay? You
Mhm.
understand that?
Mhm.
Okay, based upon your personal observations, how's your dad getting along without your mom?
Physically fine. I mean, he's again taking care of himself. He's sustaining. He's lives on his own. He doesn't have any care. Obviously, I'm a mile down the street from him there in Naples, so I visit him daily, or just to check in on him. But he lives off his phone, and he lives off of pictures, and he lives off of memory, and he brings her up every conversation of we have when we're together, and he'll go right to his phone and he'll bring up old videos or old pictures, and he's constantly trying to keep his memory focused on the life he had with her quite often.
John, put you on the spot. How many grandkids did Janelina have at the time of her death?
9, I believe. 9.
How many great grandkids?
I'm going to say 3.
Great. How many great grandkids are there now for your dad? Is there one more?
There's 4.
Four.
Yes. Yes. I mean, she would attend all their plays or anything that, sporting events that they may have had because, they were young. But they started their volleyball, they started their little choirs, their little school sings, and things like that. She would try to attend everything, and she watched them as well. They would stay at her house and spend a lot of time. We were all very close. When I grew up, or when I bought my first house, it was a mile up the street from their house. My brother lived directly behind me, and my sister lived 4 doors down from them. So it was if my wife was here, she'd say that's a good thing and a bad thing because they would show up at 7:30 in the morning unannounced. But we were with them every day. We saw them to some degree, in some capacity.
How often did you, I heard you mention it already, who was kind of the leader of your family, the person who got everybody together?
It was obviously my mother. Like my brother had stated, we would race to see who would call her first on our way home from work. He would always beat me sometimes because I would work a little later than him. But certainly, she was the one that wanted everybody together, and it goes back to her not having a mother and making sure the family was together on all the holidays. And my dad was a participant in all that, but he was the cook and he was the organizer and the setup. She was the entertainment. She was the played games with the kids, had her own personal games. She was the one that was really involved with all of us at a different degree, right? And my perception of parents, you're always attached to one, and we were all attached to her more than our father. Our father was a provider. He worked very hard and did very well for himself, but she was the one that had supper on the table at 5 o'clock. We had to be inside. We ate together, and very structured type mother.
So, did there come a time, let me go back one more. How did your mother stop prior to avoiding 5 points? How would you describe it?
Well, I mean, dialysis obviously takes a toll on everything because that's a commitment not only in health but in time, but she faced it head on. I mean, she wasn't afraid of it, and I can tell you too that my parents, they had a doctor for everything. If there was a doctor for a fingernail, they'd have one. They didn't just have one doctor, a generalist. They had a doctor for everything they had. And if they had a doctor in Cleveland, they had a matching doctor in Naples. And they were religious about going to every appointment. My dad has a calendar, and not on the calendar is my birthday, but it's his doctor's appointment. So very regiment, and they always went to doctors. Her health was fine physically. Like, you couldn't tell. She wasn't a complainer. She did the things she had to do. But certainly you can't hide from the fact that she did have open heart surgery. She did have dialysis, and she had probably other ailments that a typical 78-year-old person, like my father, who's still active, has. But it didn't let her down. She wasn't in a wheelchair. We didn't have to go out shopping for her, and we didn't have to do anything for her all the way up until the day she went into the hospital.
Let's talk about that. Did there come a time when you were notified that your mom on September 25th, 2018,
Yeah, and I can't recall who called me. It was one of those, it was either my brother after he talked to my sister or my niece, or certainly wasn't my father because, obviously he was, engaged in the whole process in the beginning. But I did get a phone call. I was already at work for the day. And I was informed that she did fall at dialysis, and their protocol was to not, take her and send her to a hospital to get checked, just for, I guess, protocol. And that's where she ended, and that's where she was for the whole day.
So by getting news that your mom was in the trial, what did you do?
Well, I just, wanted to, definitely stay in touch. I mean, since obviously my niece was there, my sister was out of town, my brother had gone there. I didn't see a need that I needed to leave work right away, and I was just on a really just let me know and keep me posted. If I need to get there, I'll get there right away.
Did you eventually get to the hospital at 5 points?
I did, and it was probably closer to around 5 o'clock in the afternoon after work. I went. My brother had gone a little earlier than me, and I went directly there from work.
And when you got to 5 Point Hospital, was your mom in her hospital room?
She was in a room. I don't know if it was what kind of room it was, but yeah, she was in a room and she was sitting there and she was talking and she was coherent.
So I guess what I want to ask you is, when you got there, draw a picture for us. Who was there? What was your mom doing? What did you observe?
I believe it was Jamie, my other niece. Jenna had gone home. My brother, myself, and my father were in the room. And that was all in the room. I never saw a doctor. I never talked to a doctor or seen anybody come in with any update or anything like that. Nobody had talked to me or us in general, besides my brother trying to go out in the hallway and have conversations with staff because of those machines or the non-attentiveness that we thought maybe she was not getting.
Did you talk to your mom when you first arrived?
Sure, absolutely.
What do you recall her saying or telling you?
Well, I mean, she was very, not very talkative. She was kind of quiet, but she was articulate and she knew where she was. It wasn't like she was out of her realm. She was familiar with why she was there. And she was just sitting in a bed, sitting up in a bed and talking to us like she was sitting at home.
And what did you observe, if anything, about her condition?
It's hard for me to tell you what was on her mind or how she felt. I mean, maybe she was tough and maybe she wasn't going to complain, but she didn't seem like she was uncomfortable or complaining per se. Didn't really talk about that,
Was she in any type of monitors when you got there, Tyler?
I believe she was hooked up to the typical, and I guess heart machines, blood pressure, things of that nature. I don't recall IVs or anything like that.
And did you leave the hospital at some point?
Yeah, when they transferred her down to university.
So you stayed with your mom from 5 o'clock until the point they transferred
Correct.
you to University Hospital?
Correct.
Could you tell the jury what went on during that time period? About 5 o'clock when you got there, and her transfer was all the way, I think it was 10:20.
Yeah. So when we were there, it was a long day. My dad had been there since 6 a.m, since he dropped her off at dialysis, went right to that hospital. And it was just a strenuous day for him, her, my niece that had gone there earlier. And, we were sitting there and, it was kind of a little bit surreal that at one point, this hospital, needed to transfer her to university. And as my brother stated, I mean, they talked about life flighting her, it was like went from A to Z in like an hour or two. And I don't know what happened all in between there, if it was somebody noticed something on an EKG or I'm not sure what transpired all that. But certainly things went from 12 or 13 hours of nothing to, the last 2 hours of we need to get her out of here as fast as we can. And certainly they ended up taking her by ambulance right to university. And at that point, my father was exhausted. And we were assuming we were going to university to get a room to be monitored, not the result we were in. So we told him to go home and get some rest and we'll keep him posted because it was a long day for him, being at 78 and being up for that amount of time sitting in a chair. He went home. Dave and I and Jamie went to the hospital and met her in the room once she got in the room.
How did you get to the University Hospital?
Dave and I drove. Since we both lived in Perry, we dropped one car off, and then we both drove down.
Okay, what did you observe happen well, first off, did you get to University Hospital before your mom or after?
It was after or shortly after. Obviously it took a little time to get out of the ambulance, get into pre-administrative or a check-in or whatever you might want to call it, but eventually she got in the room and we went up. It was kind of quick. It wasn't that long.
And what did you observe? Did you tell the jury what happened at University Hospital?
Well, it was, I mean, look, the doctors there were fantastic. And there were 3 young men that really addressed it very quickly and came to us. And it it was kind of a tough situation we were in because my father wasn't there. And the three men, you know, kept saying that
Objection.
Sustained.
we were approached by the three doctors, and the three doctors said, the situation is her heart rate
So
is,
that you can't, I'm going to sustain that as part of the previous objection. You can't talk about what the doctor said, okay?
okay,
You need to talk about it personally observed.
okay. Personally observed three doctors approaching us saying, okay, it's hard, I know, it's hard for me to tell you what I observed without articulating what I observed. Three doctors approached us and told us what they thought was the playbook and what needed to be done with my mother.
You and your brother have a decision to make at that point?
Yes.
Explain what the decision you and your brother were confronted with at that point.
The decision was to do a shock on her heart to get it back in sync so they can address the blood pressure and the heart because time was a factor and medication would take too long to do. And this was the playbook and this was the option that we had to choose to do.
And to see what happened throughout that night.
Well,
Early morning.
we called my father to let him know that they were going to do the shock method to get her heart back in rhythm. By no means did we think it was a dire or potential jeopardy that it wouldn't work. We thought it was our perception was they're just going to shock it, get her heart back in sync, we'll let you know how it goes. And he was said, okay, fine, go ahead. So we articulated to the doctors to go ahead and do that procedure, which was done in her room, I'm assuming with paddles, not, any other way. And they did that, and Dave and I actually went for a walk to get out of the room, and we came back 10 minutes later, and Jamie was like beside herself because she had obviously, it didn't work. It didn't work. When they shocked her, she went into cardiac or heart failure.
And that would be sometime in the early morning of the 26th. Did you remain at the hospital on the 26th of the morning?
Yes.
At what point did you leave university?
Well, I probably left at 2 or 3 in the morning. My dad had come right away. My sister had her husband pick him up to get him there. So he was there all night. I'm not sure if I left at 3 or 4, but I was back there very quickly. I might have went home and showered and came right back.
And how was your mom doing when you came back? And we were in the regular morning hours of the 26th.
Well, she was, and I don't know the terminology, but she had a tube in, a breathing tube. I don't know the terminology for it, but she was up somewhat, but she was out a little bit. So she couldn't talk, obviously, because she had a tube in her mouth, but you could see her mouth moving and her eyes were open. She could hear you, she could acknowledge that we were there, but basically just laid there. She wasn't moving.
The tube, was that the sister breathing?
I'm not sure why it was there, but I think it was probably to calm her or get her, so she doesn't move. I don't know why.
Go ahead.
And I know they went to the cath lab right after I want to say intubated, but that might not be the right word, but when they put her down, like with the tube, and they took her to the cath lab.
When you got back to the hospital, well, let me ask you this first. When you left the hospital at 2, 3, or 4 in the morning, were you able to talk to your mom, communicate with her the
No.
when you were leaving?
No.
She wasn't able to talk at that point?
When she had the tube in her mouth? No, she wasn't. No, not at that point. She was pretty exhausted probably. She wasn't really making too many gestures or movements at that point.
And so when you returned in the morning, I think she could talk as well.
No, not at all. Yeah.
You mentioned you could communicate with her though, at that period of time. How were you as the family able to, how were you able to communicate?
Well, verbally, we were talking to her on her bedside, and you could see that her eyes would move when you said something, or her lips would try to move when you talked to her. Obviously, you couldn't tell what she was saying, but there was response, as you talked to her.
And how did the day proceed? Did you
Yes,
Full
yeah,
day of the 626?
yes.
And how did they proceed?
She just sat there in the bed, and we were in there with her, and it was more of a waiting game, I believe, to see if she could build the strength to recover from the event that she just went through. And obviously, she didn't recover from that event. So,
Did you go home at some point on the 26th?
yes, yeah.
Your mom passed, what time on the 27th?
I was later in the evening, I think. I don't remember the exact time.
Were you at the hospital when your mom passed?
Yes, I was there. Yeah, I wasn't in the room, but I was there.
Okay, your brother mentioned that as well. Who was at the hospital on the 27th, in the evening when she passed?
I believe all of us were there. My brother, my sister had flown in, my father, probably my nieces. I can't remember exactly if I'm pretty sure Jamie was there.
Yeah, and did there come a point in time when your mom, I guess, made a turn for the worst, or her condition worse?
You know, I believe at one point, and my sister has more of a recollection of that because she was with her. I think she could read or see in my mother's eyes that call your father, I think I'm going to die. So, but I was not there. She can describe that.
During the day on the 27th, was your mom able to talk?
Pretty much, I think it was declining and declining and declining, and it got to the point where there was probably no movement from her in that day.
Were you able ever to communicate with your mom during that day and say goodbye to her?
I obviously did do that. Whether she heard me or not, I can't tell you.
Dad, did you look at really know what your mom's passing and the circumstances of that to you, or how it's affected you?
It's kind of it's tough for me and my brother. Obviously we have great memories of my mother, and being in that night to make that decision, and her last words to us were, "Do these guys know what they're doing?" Because she was articulate when she was sitting in that room before she was shocked. She was up, she was sitting up, and she was talking like you and I could be talking. And she asked, "Do they know what they're doing?" And we said, "Yes, everything will be fine." And that's something hard to live with, right? We made a choice. My father was included in that choice, but that choice didn't work out. And we were hoping that if we had 5 hours extra, or if we had a day later, or if she could have lived a month later, or 6 months, obviously that would have been the better result. I think, from not a lot of activity to everything happening in an hour was very hard for us to process. It went from we're sitting all day, we could have played cards together, to now we have to make a decision that we didn't think was going to be a life or death decision, but it turned out to be a death decision, where maybe at 5 o'clock, maybe my father would have said, "No, let's do something different." It just went very fast for us to make a decision, and it's tough to replay that in your head. It's reality, but it's tough to live with that, and we will live with that because the memories outweigh the last part of it. And Dr. Wilson's been a family doctor of ours for years, and what wasn't mentioned, he was my great uncle's doctor, he was my grandfather's doctor, he was involved with our family, he's been to golf outings, charity with us. Actually, he's been to our house. We didn't see him at the hospital. We didn't see him at university. We didn't see him the day she died. We never heard back from him, ever. Since 10 o'clock that day he visited with somebody that had that many problems, maybe the better decision was to get her out of a hospital that didn't have cardiac.
Sustained. Jury's instructed to disregard that.
No further questions.
All right, cross-examination?
In the shower. Shower.
morning, Mr. Blissman.
Good morning.
We had a chance to meet before.
Yes.
Zoom, of course.
Yep.
All right. I'm gonna ask you a few more questions about your mom's medical history.
Sure.
You had said that it really wasn't impacting her. Do you recall that she had been in the hospital at least 5 times in the year prior to September 25th, 2018?
Yeah, I mean, she had made visits to the hospital because of certain things, sure, yes.
But did it have an impact?
For a day, for 2 days, sure. And again, my parents were very conscious of their bodies and their feelings, and when they felt something wasn't right, they wouldn't hesitate to either call 911 or go to a hospital to make sure that they're fine. So yes, she did visit some hospitals because she wasn't feeling well and stayed.
You mentioned that your mom was at the hospital at Tri Point on September 25th, 2018, and she wasn't being seen by anybody all day. No one was doing anything, I think is what you said.
I don't believe I said, I said I never seen a doctor. I never seen any activity there. I didn't say nobody did anything. I just said when I was there, I didn't see anything. Correct. Correct. They asked when I was there. They asked me when I was there, did I see? No, I said she sat there for 12 or 15 hours.
You said she sat there. During that time,
I don't know offhand, but I'm assuming, based on records, that the doctor did see her. True. No. I don't recall. No, sir. I don't know Dr. Lele, and I couldn't. I don't know. I was not. Was not aware.
So you were not aware that all those doctors were involved in the mom's care during that time?
Not directly.
You would agree with me though, if they were involved, then people were doing something to your mom.
If they were involved, I'm assuming they were.
When you were involved with Dr. Cunningham, got involved with your mom's care at 6:25.
No, sir.
And were you aware that Dr. Leyland was again involved with your mom's care at 7:30?
Nothing was communicated to me.
You had mentioned an IV. You said she didn't have an IV at that point?
I don't recall seeing an IV or any IV. I know there was a generalist that ended up putting one in her neck, I believe at one point while we were there late in the evening.
Okay, so you do recall them coming in. Do you recall the doctor, and that was Dr. Tagornoff?
Don't know his name.
Do you recall him trying to get IV access in the arm?
I believe he could not do that. That's why he went to the neck. And this,
Then he did get IV access into her neck.
eventually, yes.
And are you aware, once that they did that, that they gave your mom medication to slow down her heart rate?
I do not know what they gave her. And I don't recall what time it was either that they did that procedure. It was late, though.
Sometime after your mom's passing, we did review the medical records in this case, true?
We requested the medical records from the hospital. We picked those medical records up, hundreds of pages. Certainly tried to read some of it. It was not English to me. I have no idea what all of it meant. But yes, we did have them in hand, and I did look at them, and I did not read the whole book of them, but I did go through them slightly.
Certainly, you were looking to see what they were doing for your mom during this time period. You looked at those records?
Tried to put some chronological order in, the process, yeah.
Okay. And did you see all of those doctors that I just referred to mentioned in the nurse's note on nursing notes on 2 pages of those records?
Again, I looked through them, but it's like the way they're written, it's very confusing. It's almost like getting your car serviced at the dealer. It's very hard to follow. I couldn't follow it, and I basically gave up trying to figure out who saw who did what. I couldn't do it. So I didn't spend a lot of time on those at all.
John, can you bring up page 212? Try one. You see that?
Which exhibit is this?
Pardon?
Which exhibit is this?
This is the edits exhibit B. John, can you just blow up maybe the top half just so we can see the report nurses notes? It's relatively clear there that the nurses note. It's not that hard to read or decipher, right?
Okay.
And you probably don't know the meaning of a lot of
Objection,
that
Your Honor.
context.
Overruled.
You don't understand the meaning of some of the words and what it means for medicine, but in terms of reading it, it's pretty straightforward. Right?
I'm not sure what you're asking me to read.
All right, well, look at the first entry, and John, if you could pull up real quick the page before, just so we have the context here. I want to try to explain there on the bottom of this page.
First of all, can you see it?
No.
You can't see it, then you gotta get a copy.
Pull up the bottom of that page, John. And then the top of the next page. Put that below. Yep. So this entry ended up on 2 different pages, why I'm trying to show it to you, okay? So it says, on 9/25 of 2015, Dr. Doorknob at bedside placed a central line. Okay, pretty easy to read and see that Dr. Doorknob was present at 2015 at the bedside, right?
Okay.
All right, if you go to entry at 1745, page 212. I'm sorry, John, 1745. On the bottom. Everything's always backwards. And that pretty clearly says that Dr. Laley was notified of changes in new orders. Pretty easy to understand that.
That's what it says.
Dr. Laley was involved with the care,
That's what it says.
and they tried to get a hold of Dr. Wilson.
That's what it says.
It's pretty easy to see in these records there were multiple doctors involved with your mom's care. Right?
Sure. Yes. Yeah.
All right, John, thanks. Then you talked about the time that when your mom was transferred to university hospitals, right?
Yes.
And you mentioned mentioned that once you were there, you met with the doctors and you had to make a very quick decision, right?
Yes.
You recall what time you arrived at University Hospital?
Between 9 and 10:30, somewhere in there. I can't exactly remember. I can't.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
According to the medical records, your mom arrived around 11 p.m. Does
Okay.
that sound about right?
Could be. Yes.
Okay.
That's what the records show.
Do you recall signing a consent form for the cardioversion?
No, I don't recall that. If I did, I did. I don't recall.
John, if you can bring up UH002.
All right, hold on. Mr. Blissman, I'll just ask you to keep your voice up, okay?
Okay.
Go ahead.
And that's defendant's exhibit C. You got me trying to blow up. Well, blow up the top half just so we see what the document is first. And this is a consent form for electrocardioversion for Bellissimo, Lieutenant Linda Bellissimo, you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So John, pull out that bottom portion. Is that your signature up at the top?
Yes, it is.
And at what time did you sign that?
11:30.
Pardon me?
1:30. Sorry.
1:30 a.m., so
Yes.
about 2.5 hours after you got to the hospital. Right?
That's what it says. Yes.
And I believe what your testimony was, just recently, is when your mom, when you got there, observed your mom, she was doing pretty well.
She was talking.
She was up sitting in the bed, you said? She was talking,
Yes.
communicating?
Yes.
And then you made a decision once you were consulted about doing this cardioversion at about 1:30, 2.5 hours later, true?
Yes.
Did they discuss with you the risks of the cardioversion when they went over this form with you?
I believe they did. Yes.
Do you recall them discussing with you that there is a risk that the patient could go into asystole?
Yes.
So you were aware of that before the decision was made?
Yes.
All right, John, I think we're done with that one. Thank you. So your understanding even at that time was that the cardioversion was just gonna be something routine and you went for a walk?
Yes. I didn't. There's a risk with any procedure. I took it at that. I was under the assumption that it's done. It happens. They do it. Yes.
So the impression wasn't that this was emergent and it was needed to be done right away and it was very risky or anything of that nature, true?
Well, it needed to be done. There was risk involved, but once they get the heart in place, I was looking at the goalpost, right? I was looking at, let's do the procedure. Dave and I both said, let's do this. It's the right thing to do according to the doctors. Let's do it. And once this happens, we'll move on and hopefully she'll get better and they can address what she was doing.
But
Yes.
the point is, there wasn't a sense of urgency when you got to the hospital that it had to be done right away, true?
Reframe that a little bit,
There
or?
wasn't this sense of urgency or emergency when you got to the hospital that it had to be done right away.
Well, apparently it was 2 hours after we got there, so it wasn't, right then. Again, perception and adrenaline and memory, everything collapses with time, for me at least. Maybe 2 hours maybe was 15 minutes in my head, right? So,
Understand? Thank you.
okay. Yep, thanks.
Likely any redirect? Yes. Your Honor. Let's take one more one.
First off, John, when you were presented with the option of doing the cardioversion, did you feel like you had a choice?
I felt persuaded that it was the right choice to do by the explanation we got by the doctors. That's how I felt. It was the right thing to do.
And you followed the doctor's advice.
Yes.
Go over these nurses' notes as well, John. When you reviewed these notes, did you notice in the records that it said Dr. Wilson was paged at 5:10?
Yes, I've seen that.
Did you notice in the records that Dr. Wilson was repaged at 5:30?
Yes, I've seen that.
Did you notice in the records at 5:42 that another page was made to Dr. Wilson?
I've seen that.
I'm sorry, that's awful. I'm sorry. I should know better. Apologize. And John, did you notice? At 5:55, doctors at the museum agreed to call cardiology.
I've seen that.
Did you notice anywhere in the records where it said that Dr. Wilson called back?
No, I do not. I don't recall it.
And based upon your observation, John, did it look like that was going on, that somebody was waiting for somebody to call back?
It appears that they were waiting for a call back to make a decision or transfer information.
Objection.
And John,
Overall.
and John, the doctors that Mr. Sturko mentioned, Dr. Zahn, Dr. Louis, Dr. Erdman, Dr. Nason, Dr. Cunningham, did you actually see any of those doctors when you were there at the hospital taking care of your mother?
The only doctor I believe I saw was the generalist when he was going to put the IV in her at one point. That was the only doctor I've seen.
No further questions.
And the recross,
Just briefly, Your Honor. You've been sitting here throughout this trial. You've seen the paging records put up there, right?
Yes.
You see that according to the paging records, there was no page at 1710 to Dr. Wilson?
I'd have to see that.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
John,
I-
if you can bring up 212, try point, please. That's defendant's exhibit B.
B, you said?
Yes, Your Honor. Now I'm going to give you 213. 213, please. So you, again, you've been sitting here throughout trial, and based upon the medical records, you're aware that an EKG was done for your mom at 1712, right?
If that's what the records show, I can't recall
Okay.
from memory everything. So
So the records will show that an EKG was done at 1712. Now, if you can pull up the 1705 note. So in this note, the nurse wrote that the EKG is obtained and reviewed at 1705. That can't be true if it was done at 1712, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
So repeat the question
But
from the
records
beginning.
show that EKG was done at 17:12. The nurse writes that at 17:05, the EKG was obtained and reviewed. That can't be accurate, true?
It depends which person you're talking to. Whoever put the record in for the EKG versus the nurse who put the record in that it was done. So I can't, that's something the hospital will have to answer, not me.
So if the EKG timestamps itself, that would be a more accurate document.
I'm not sure on that. It could have been printed,
Hold on, come on up here.
could have been printed later.
Do you still need that up, or can we get the lights back on, or are you still gonna use it?
One more
right.
question. To assume for me the EKG was done at 17:12, it would be impossible for them to call Dr. Wilson at 17:10 with those results, as this record says, right?
Assumed, if that's correct, but obviously something's not correct because those two times don't correlate. So somebody's wrong.
Right. Somebody's wrong.
Somebody's wrong.
Right. Thank you.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
Next witness?
Your Honor, I need to see who's in the hall, who's there. Yeah, and maybe I'd be permitted to go out?
Yeah, go ahead. Next witness, Mr. Lycan.
Jenna Ferrato.
All right, step forward, please. Raise your right hand. You swear the testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, have a seat right here. Ms. Ferrato, keep close to that microphone so that it picks up your voice, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Lycan.
Morning.
Good morning.
For the record, please, your full name, please.
Jenna Michelle Ferrato,
And Jen, what's your maiden name?
Duda,
Okay. And where do you currently reside?
7365 Arbor Glen Place in Concord Township, 44060.
And how old are you?
I am 34.
Your mom is who?
Karen Bellissimo Duda, which would be
Your dad.
James Francis Duda.
And who is Jenna Bellissimo to you?
She was my maternal grandmother.
So as I've told you two uncles, it's gonna be hard, but I'm asking you the questions over here as much as possible to directly answer to folks in the jury.
Absolutely.
Jenna, do you currently have kids?
I do. I have 3 children.
And what are their names and names?
Olivia, and she is 12. Francesca, she's 9. And Vincenzo is 4.
Okay, what school district are they enrolled in?
They're in at Gilmore Academy.
And tell us a little bit about you, your educational background.
I am a nurse by trade. I was lucky enough to go, when I graduated high school, or during high school, I should say, I got my LPN diploma at the same time I graduated in 2007. And then I went on to receive an associate's degree in nursing from Lakeland, a bachelor's from Akron in nursing, and then I have a master's in nursing administration.
And you, I forgot most importantly, you're married, correct?
I am married.
And you're married for how many years? What's your husband's name?
We have been married for just under 10 years, and his name is Frank Ferrato.
Okay, you mentioned you attained your LPN license, licensed practical nurse in high school. How does that work?
So it's a dual program. My senior year, I had all my credits finished. So during majority of the day, my senior year, I went to Willoughby Tech Center in downtown Willoughby, and where I received nursing training. That went on for the entire school year. And at the end of that program, we had the eligibility to test for our state license for a licensed practical nurse, which I did pass.
And out of high school, did you go to work as a nurse?
I did. I went to work straight out of school. I worked in a rehab facility, so a skilled nursing facility, and I worked there all through college.
Which school college?
I went to Walsh University at first, and I came home and went to Lakeland to finish out my associate's degree for registered nurse.
Okay, so you got your RN license as well?
Yes, I do.
And where did you obtain your master's in?
I obtained my master's at University of Phoenix.
Okay, and where has your nursing career taken you? What's your career with you?
Sure. I started out, like I had said, right out of nursing school when I was 18 at a skilled nursing facility in Willoughby. And then I went on to work at an assisted living in Wickliffe, and where I worked in dementia and memory care for the majority of the time. And in 2010, I was hired on at the Cleveland VA, and I've been there ever since. Currently, I work as a nurse clinical assessor, so I assess patients and their caregivers for appropriate care in the homes.
How long have you done that?
I have been in this role for 2 years. And prior to that, I worked in a blind rehabilitation for 9 years.
Jenna, what memories do you have of your grandmother growing up?
Very fond memories. I'm named after my grandma. Her name was Jenna Lena, and so therefore I'm Jenna. They cut her name in half to make it a little easier for me as a kid, I guess. She was my biggest role model. I watched her as a child, still working. I remember her coming over every morning, living only a street away growing up. So she would come over every morning and wait for the bus with my sister and I and sing us silly songs and just pass the time. When I was in second grade, we actually moved to the same street. So my parents bought a piece of property and built a house 8 houses away and across the street from my grandparents, where every day after school, instead of going home, I would just run down the street and say, "See you later, Mom. I'm going to Grandma's." Spent a lot of time growing up in their house. If I wasn't at home, I was there. When I would want to run away, so to say, I'd go to Grandma's, and I'd stay there for a day. We did everything together. She was at every sporting event, every play, every grandparents' day at school, every activity that we were ever in, she was there. She was right next to us, cheering us on, always our biggest cheerleader. She was so excited for us when we went to school. She was excited to know about our grades and interested in our lives and our friends. All of our friends were obsessed with my grandma. They all called her Grandma. We were there every weekend in the summer. They had a an in-ground swimming pool. So their house was always the place that we were allowed to have friends over, and they got to come and be a part of our family. She'd make dinners every Sunday for us growing up, and even through my young adulthood. When I was in college, I'd come home on the weekends to work, and on Sunday night, I knew it was, as soon as work was over, we were going to Grandma's. We were having dinner, and it would be our entire family. Whoever could make it was there. My uncles, their kids, my mom, my dad, my mom, and my siblings. And then when I was old enough and my husband and I were expecting our first child, she was over the moon. She was so very excited to be a great grandma and that she was going to get to live out all of these, great childhood memories with her great granddaughter. She was there at the hospital when I was about to give birth. So she was there with my grandfather waiting patiently for this baby to come. And she just, was super excited. I have pictures of her with me sitting there waiting to go in the operating room. And she's sitting there and she's rubbing my belly and she just has this biggest grin on her face. And of how much she just loved us as grandkids and how excited she was to live this next step of her life as a great grandma. I would definitely say that she was the matriarch of our family, and our family just got a little piece of it was definitely taken away too soon. So in the year up to her passing, she had kidney failure. She did have diabetes, so that comes along with it at times, and she had started dialysis. So she was at a dialysis unit 3 days a week for multiple hours, where she'd be dialyzed and her blood would be cleaned, so she would be able to function what we would call normally. She was up moving around, still driving if it wasn't her dialysis day. Sometimes she'd get a little tired, but she was functioning pretty normally. That was just a couple hours out of her week that she had to be away so she could spend the rest of the time with her family.
Was she able to be independent?
Absolutely, yes, she was. She was able to do all of the activities of daily living, so to say, so the bathing, dressing, brushing your teeth, all the things that we would do every day as a normal functioning person. She was definitely independent enough to do all of those, as well as be home and be safe.
So did there come a time when you learned in September of 2018 that your grandma had been taken to Tri-Point Hospital?
Yes, on September 25th. My grandfather called me, and he knew I was off that day, and he said, "Jenna, can you meet me at the hospital? Grandma fell at dialysis, and they're taking her to the hospital. Can you meet me there?" And I lived in Menor at the time, and she was going to Tri-Point Hospital, so I said, "Of course, I'll be there in 15 minutes. I'll meet you there." I would say no later than 10 a.m. I had just dropped my middle daughter off at daycare. I started about 9. Yes, he was. No, she was not. She was being transferred up to the medical surgical unit, and so she was being moved. She was in transition. She was actually being moved right when we arrived, or when I arrived, I should say. Only a few minutes. We met her in the room. They told us which room she was going to, and they'd let us go up. Yeah, I asked her, I said, "Grandma, what happened?" And she told me that she fell down. She didn't have too much detail about what happened. I just assumed that she got weak. Something that could happen, especially on a dialysis day when your body's processing. We had a pretty normal conversation. She was bright and aware of her surroundings. Just, asking her general questions, talking about, I was pregnant at the time, so talking about the baby coming in a few months, and just waiting on the doctors to come in and evaluate her. Yes. We did see a neurologist who wanted to, I'm assuming, rule out a stroke since it was an abrupt fall. An infectious disease doctor also came in to just make sure that there wasn't a systemic infection going on. And then also the cardiologist, Dr. Wilson, did stop in and see her. I do not remember the exact time, but it was within probably an hour to 2 hours of us being in that room. I had never met him personally prior to that time. I did know that he was my grandmother and grandfather's cardiologist. I've heard his name over again at the house, but I had never personally met him until that point. I did not personally have the conversation. I was an observer. He stopped in. He said, "Hi, Jonaline. I saw that you're on the roster. I saw that you're in the hospital. I'll be back today to see you, and I will be following your case." Luckily, he was already in the hospital when she was admitted, and he figured he might as well stop up, and he was going to be following her. He did ask the same questions: what happened, what's going on. He did a brief once-over, I would call it. He didn't do anything out of the ordinary, just giving her like a head-to-toe look, saying, "Okay, I'll be back." Just a general look over. It wasn't a full exam that a physician would do. She was hooked up to a cardiac monitor, so she was being constantly monitored for her heart. Sorry. Yes, she had a blood pressure cuff on that would go off periodically throughout her day, just to monitor her blood pressure and pulse rate, and a pulse oximeter, so measuring the oxygen in your blood. She had a pulse oximeter on her finger that would measure the blood oxygen level. Yes, with the blood pressure cuff that would go off periodically throughout her stay. That is correct. He did tell us that he would be back and returning, under the assumption that it would be later that day to do more full examination. Correct, he did.
Answered that.
So, at some point, your grandma was taken to dialysis.
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Yes, since it was her dialysis day, the hospital did arrange for her to go to the dialysis unit to be dialyzed while she was admitted in the med-surg unit.
And how long was she going? Did you stay at the hospital while she went to the dialysis?
I did. I stayed with my grandfather, who was also there to keep him company. She was only going to be gone for about 2.5 hours.
And when you were there, was she got back?
I was in the room the entire time. When she was on the med-surg floor, when she came back, we did have a little bit of conversation. She's usually pretty tired after that. Gave her a little time to rest.
And about what time did she come back? Do you know, from dialysis?
I don't recall the exact time.
Do you recall the time you left the hospital?
I didn't leave the hospital till about 7:30, 8 o'clock at night.
So why don't you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what transpired from the time your grandma came back from dialysis, what you observed when your grandmother came back from dialysis to the time you left the hospital?
So like I said, gave her some time to rest. Obviously, it takes a lot out of a person to go through dialysis. But when she was coming to, and after she had rested, she was restless. She seemed like she was getting a little bit of anxiety about what was going on and why she wasn't feeling well. We did observe her heart rate getting a little increased. Nothing to be alarming is what I thought, since nobody was rushing in to do anything. After that had been going on for a little while, they did transfer her to a higher level acuity, so where they can monitor her a little closely. Less patients per nurse, I guess you want to say, and they could read her monitors one-on-one. So then she was transferred after that.
Before she was transferred, were the alarms, the monitors, how many alarms going off?
They did go off. Her heart rate was high, and it was a little bit alarming to me that she was in this state.
Sustained.
Okay, just if you can, what you observed. Were the alarms going off?
Yes, they were.
Okay, did you see the monitor when the alarms were going off?
I could see the blood pressure monitor going off that showed a blood pressure and a high heart rate.
Okay, do you recall what her heart rate was at?
No, I do not.
Do you know was her blood pressure high or low when the blood pressure alarm went off?
I don't recall what her blood pressure was.
But was there one alarm going off or two?
It is a general alarm
So
that goes off. What I saw was the high heart rate.
Did you go with your grandma after she got transferred up to the ICU?
I did. I followed her with my grandfather right to the other room.
Okay, if you can't tell the jury what transpired based upon your observation of the ICU.
So when we were in the ICU, she definitely was more restless. She was trying to get out of bed, which is very odd. Usually she wouldn't be trying to jump the rails to get out of bed or talk in a weird manner to me, which would be she was saying, like, what's going on? What's going on? She was very concerned about what was happening to her and why she didn't understand what was going on. One thing that was very odd to me is that my grandma wasn't acting like herself. She had dentures. And I got concerned that if she fell asleep or something were to happen, that you can choke on your dentures, so I wanted to take them out. So I asked her to hand me her dentures, and she tried to bite me. So definitely out of character for her. Something was definitely going on, and I could visually observe her as restless and anxious, and kept repeating, "What is going on, Jenna? Why? Why is this happening?" At that point, the nursing staff didn't say anything alarming, so we were fine. It wasn't anything that I felt was in that second going to be life-threatening. Just waiting for her to be evaluated further.
And at the point that you went home, did you talk to your grandma at that point when you left?
Yes, I did. I did talk to her. I said I would be back tomorrow if she was still there on that unit, and I would meet back up with them. But I felt comfortable leaving because my sister was there at the time, and both of my uncles had already been at the hospital for about at least an hour and a half before I had left with my grandfather to take him home to rest.
Did you say goodbye to your grandma?
Yes, I did. I gave her a hug, I gave her a kiss, and said, "I love you, Grandma. I'll see you tomorrow."
Okay. And did you return? Did you go to the University Hospitals in Cleveland at all?
I did. The next day, she had been transferred over the night, and I showed up first thing in the morning to University Hospitals to relieve my sister who'd been there overnight.
And at that time, you got to University Hospitals. What was going on?
Sorry. When I showed up the next morning, I knew that something had happened. My sister did warn me that she had some incidents over the night where her heart had to be cardioverted, and then she was intubated. So she was having a machine breathe for her, and that she was on continuous dialysis at this point, so they were cycling her blood to clean it the entire time that she was sitting in the hospital bed in the room. When I got there, my grandma was not unable to talk with me. She was unable to respond to anything I said. It was very difficult to watch her. When the day before I was talking to her, I'm sorry. Okay. So the whole time I was there at university in the morning, basically just sitting there holding her hand, letting her know I was there, that somebody was going to be with her the entire time that she was in the hospital, and not to worry, that we'd make sure everything was okay, and that between Jamie and I, one of us will be there the entire time that she was in the hospital.
You mentioned your sister, now you mentioned Jamie.
Sorry,
your
Jamie is
sister?
my sister.
You have other siblings?
I do. I have a brother. His name is Dominic.
So, 5 months is the last point you got to say goodbye to your
Correct.
grandma. Were you present in the room when she passed?
No, I was not.
Where were you at the time?
I had returned home. Like I said, I had 2 small children and my husband at home, and I was very pregnant at the time, and I needed to take some time away from the hospital. I had 2 previous difficult pregnancies with some complications, and I didn't want to put any more strain on myself or the baby at the time, so I needed to go home and rest.
When you heard your grandmother pass, how did that affect
When my sister called me and a few hours after I had been home, I just broke down. I don't even remember how I got to the hospital. You're in a haze. I said, I just left her. How did this happen? I was extremely emotional. I just broke down in front of my kids. Obviously, they didn't understand what was going on and why Mom was so upset. But I got in the car and I headed back downtown to say goodbye to my grandma one last time.
Did you see her when you got down there?
I did. The staff were very wonderful, and they let our whole family have time with Grandma. We were all able to go in and sit with her and talk to her for one last time. They were able to, disconnect her from all of her machines, so that was nice to see her just as herself, and get to give her a hug and a kiss and tell her how much we loved her.
No further questions?
Cross-examination?
Just very briefly, Your Honor. Good morning, Jenna.
Good morning.
We also had a chance to meet by Zoom before.
Yes, sir.
I just want to ask you a couple very quick questions. When you got to Tri-Point, did you have an understanding of how long your grandmother was supposed to be admitted for?
No, I did not.
Okay, were you aware that she was expected to be in the hospital for 3 to 4 days?
I had a general understanding that she needed to be evaluated before she would go home. But the timeline, no.
So you said you assumed Dr. Wilson was going to come back and see her later that day. Isn't it possible when he told you he would be back that he meant the following day?
When he told us that he'd be back, and we assumed that it was that same day when it was in the morning, and he was her cardiologist following her case.
Okay, thank you.
Any redirect based on that?
No redirect, Your Honor, thank
All right, you may step down, thank you.
Ron.
All right, we're going to take a break, about 15 minutes. Remember not to
For the record, please, your full name, please,
Yes, Jamie Lauren Hanselak.
and your maiden name,
Duda.
and your sister Jenna was just here,
Yes,
and your mother Karen's in the hallway, correct?
correct.
And who is Jenna Lena Bellissimo to you?
My grandmother.
All right.
Can I keep your voice
Yeah,
up?
you got
Sorry.
you got to keep it way up, okay, Jamie?
I know you're kind of nervous, but try to keep that voice up so that we can hear you.
Okay, sorry.
As much as possible, I know I'm over here asking you questions, please try to direct your responses. Okay, Jamie?
Okay.
What's your current home address?
1747 Alcester Road, Mayfield Heights, Ohio.
And why don't you tell the jury a little bit about yourself, your educational background, and your employment history.
In high school, I went to nursing school as well, so I graduated high school with my LPN. Then I went to Lakeland for my associate's degree in nursing. After that, I went to Ohio University for my BSN, and now I have a master's degree in nursing. I'm a nurse practitioner at the Cleveland Clinic in plastic surgery.
Okay, so you graduated high school, what high school was that?
Wycliffe High School and Willoughby East Lake Tech.
Okay, and did you obtain any type of degree in nursing through the tech program in high school?
Yes, a licensed practical nursing.
And did you, following high school, become employed as an LPN?
Yes,
And why don't you tell the jury where you were?
I worked my first job as an LPN at Manor Care in Willoughby.
Okay.
And
Why don't you
then,
talk about where your nursing career took you following that?
okay, so I started at Manor Care, then I got a job at UH doing MDS nursing as an LPN. After I graduated with my RN, I went to the medical intensive care unit at main campus Cleveland Clinic, and I was there for a couple years, and then I went to the surgical intensive care at the VA. And once I graduated with my NP, I went to plastic surgery.
And your MBA was from where?
My nurse practitioner was from the University of Cincinnati.
And how long have you worked as a nurse practitioner at the Cleveland Clinic in the Department of Plastic Surgery?
I started in 2019.
You married?
I am married and I have one son,
And what's your son's name and age?
Giovanni James, and he's 2 years old.
And I'm sorry, did you mention when did you meet your husband?
I met my husband in 2013 through family.
Okay. And you've been married how long?
It'll be 6 years in October.
Could you tell the jury a little bit about your memory of your grandma as you were growing up?
Yes, I was super close with my grandma.
Please try to keep your voice up.
Okay, sorry. I was very close with my grandma. We lived about 8 houses down, so she was like a second mom to me. We were super close. We did a lot of family vacations together. She always confided in me about everyday life. We talked every day. I actually chose to live with my grandma in college, even though my parents lived 8 houses down because we were so close. We had a very special relationship.
You once told me your grandma gave you a special love. What did you mean by that, a special love?
When you walked in the room, you just knew that she could make you feel better and fix anything. Actually, when I was younger, I wrote up a letter for my grandpa and grandma, and they won our city's Grandparents of the Year because they are so special. Any bad day, you call her, and you felt like you were the most important person in the world. She can make anybody happy on your worst day.
Did your family generally from a locality where you lived growing up? Did your family in the vicinity of your grandparents' house?
All my family?
I'm not talking about your immediate family, your mom, your dad, your sister.
Yes. We were 8 houses away from each other, so almost daily I saw my grandparents. And my grandma would always sit on her front porch and watch us walk home when we were little.
Yes, as the years went on, did you stay in touch with your
Yes, I visit when they would go to Florida. I visit them every year, even as an adult, in Florida when they were away, and I talk to her every day.
Could you tell us a little bit about what you observed concerning your grandmother's health? In the year prior to her death, how was she getting along? How was she doing?
My grandma was independent. She took care of herself. She never complained about any of her health problems. I would talk to her, "How was your doctor's appointment?" She would say, "It was good." She never complained. She always was taking care of herself.
Was she able to get around with your grandfather?
Yes. She drove.
Shop for herself?
Shop for herself. She went to the Italian American Club for meetings when she was home with her friends. She was social.
Did there come a time when you learned in September 2018 that your grandmother had been taken this up to Tri Point Medical?
Yes. I
How
w-
did you get that notice? How did you receive it?
I was at my clinicals for nurse practitioner, and I'm almost positive my sister called me to let me know that my grandma fell at dialysis, and they were taking her to Tri Point.
Upon receiving that news, what did you do, if anything?
My sister said she was there, so I remained at my clinicals.
What are clinicals? The jury may not understand.
When you're going to school for a nurse practitioner, you have to follow another nurse practitioner and go in and see patients with them and do training with them. So, like, follow their schedule of patients.
Okay, so it's a clinical, it's a learning experience.
Yes.
And did there come a time or a point in time when you did make it over to Tri Point Medical Center?
Yes. I received another call that my grandma was going to a higher acuity room, and that's when I left to go to Tri Point.
Do you know about the time you got that call?
It was in the evening. I don't recall the specific time that it was, but it had to be later in that evening, early afternoon.
When you got to the hospital, do you know what type of room your mom was in? I'm sorry, your grandma. Let me go back now. When you got to the hospital, was your grandmother in a room, first off?
Yes, she was in a room that she was constantly being monitored in. I don't know what the floor is technically considered there, though.
What time did you leave the hospital that day? Did you leave with your grandma?
I left at the time of my grandma leaving to go to UH.
So from the time you got to the hospital to the time you left the hospital, was your mom's room changed or was she transferred to a different room?
No, she was in the same room.
And when you arrived to see your grandma for the first time at Tri Point Medical Center, did you draw us a picture of who's in the room, what was going on with your grandma? Tell us what you observed.
When I got to Tri Point to see my grandma, my uncle was in the room, and when I got there, she was agitated. She didn't seem like herself. Her heart rate was up. There was alarms going off. That's what I observed when I originally got there.
Do you know what type of monitor she was on?
They have leads on her to look at her heart rate. They also had an oxygen level on that you can see her oxygen level, and a blood pressure cuff that would take her blood pressure.
You mentioned your heart rate was up. Did you see that on the monitor?
Yes, you could see it on the monitor.
Do you remember what the numbers were, how up her heart rate was?
I remember them being between 140 to 150, but I can't give you a specific number.
Did you notice a pulse ox or blood pressure on that monitor while you were there?
I do not recall the specifics.
You You said the alarms are going off. What does that mean? Could you tell me sort of what you did?
Her alarms were going off, her heart rate was high. Usually monitors have a threshold, and if your heart rate goes above that, then the monitor goes off.
So from the time you got to the hospital until the time they transferred your grandma, could you look at ladies and gentlemen, jury, you know what was happening, what you could observe was happening in the hospital, right?
Yes. So after the alarms were going off, it felt like there was a lot of waiting. Her alarms kept going off. She didn't have IV access. We were just waiting. It felt like everybody was waiting for direction, but nothing was being done.
Did you see any doctors coming to the room?
Eventually, I did see a doctor come into the room to try to put in an IV that I don't recall being successful.
Any other doctors you recall coming in the room?
No.
Were the alarms being shut off, or would they continually sound because of the heart rate?
They would continually sound.
From the time you got to the hospital and the time you left, was your grandma's heart rate in the 140s, 150s that entire period?
Objection.
Yeah.
Overruled.
And you could see that on the monitor, correct?
I could see that on the monitor.
Were you able, in Tri-Point Hospital, when you were present, to talk to your grandma?
Yes.
What, if anything, do you recall talking to her about? What do you recall?
My grandma was agitated. I don't remember our specific conversation, but she was just definitely agitated.
You want to go home? Why was she agitated? What did she say or do that made you feel she was agitated?
She just looked uncomfortable. Like, she did not feel comfortable. That's what I observed, is she was agitated and didn't feel comfortable in the bed. The alarms were going off. Her heart rate was up. She just didn't seem okay to me.
How did you get to University Hospital? First off, did you go to University Hospital?
Yes, I got to University Hospital. I drove myself, and I arrived actually before my grandma got there, or about the same time.
Okay, why don't you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed that initial period that you got to University Hospital?
Once we got to university, it seemed like there was 100 people waiting for her. Everybody was there. Doctors came right to my uncles and I saying, she's been in this rhythm too long, meaning her heart rate was
Objection.
too high.
Sustained. Jury's instructed to disregard. Hold on. Jury's instructed to disregard that answer. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, you can only talk about what you observed, you understand?
Okay, sorry.
Go ahead, so what did you see at the University Hospital?
I saw a bunch of doctors and nurses take my grandma. She had to have her heart shocked, and they took her right away to the cath lab. There was no time to wait. Everything was quick. They had to get it done, and seemed like there was time to make it. It had to be a decision then to take care of her. It was all quick.
And were you ever able to talk to your grandmother at the University Hospital?
My grandma was intubated, so she had a breathing tube in, but I do recall her mouthing over her tube that she loved us.
Were you able to communicate her by talking to her and squeezing hands or anything like that?
Yeah, from my perspective, she was alert because when we'd ask her questions, and you'd ask her, squeeze my hand twice if you can understand this, and she followed those commands.
Were you with your grandmother when she passed?
Yes, I was actually the one in the room.
What did you observe about that? I know it's not.
So my family was all in the waiting room. It was my mom and I know for sure in the room. And all of a sudden we saw my grandma's heart rate just go down to 0. Alarms went off. She was still a full code, so everybody rushed in to start doing CPR on my grandma. And then I ran out of the room to get my grandpa and my other family to tell them to come in. And by the time we got my grandpa to the room, he said it was okay to stop CPR on my grandma.
What did your grandmother mean to your family?
She was definitely the glue to our family. We did all of our holidays, Memorial Day, Labor Day, everything was at my grandparents' house. She was very special to me, as I said before. When I know how proud she was of me, and when I graduated, she was so excited for me to become a nurse practitioner that I remember when I passed, I went straight to the cemetery to show her my paper that got printed out because she wanted to know what everybody was doing. She was involved in all of our kids' sports, and she always wanted to know how we were doing and what's going on in our lives. And it breaks my heart that she didn't ever get to meet my Giovanni because she was just so special.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Cross-examination?
Yes.
Your Honor.
Good morning, Ms. Anselak.
Good morning.
We've met before by Zoom.
Yes.
I just have a few quick questions. First one, you said you arrived to at UH with your grandmother. Did you get there at or about the same time she did?
Yes.
And then, according to the records, it was about 2.5 hours before they actually did the cardio version. Is that your recollection?
In my recollection, it felt fast. I don't know the time frame. It felt fast to me.
So you said there was no time to wait, but they waited 2.5 hours for it, right?
In my perspective, it was fast.
And at one point in time, you did review your grandmother's medical records?
When they were received with our lawyer,
You said you had reviewed those and gone over those?
yes, but I don't recall them specifically.
Right. So let me ask you, if you recall between 5 and 9, do you recall multiple doctors being involved in your grandmother's care?
Between the times of 5 and 9,
Yes.
I only saw one doctor.
You know, my question was when you reviewed the medical records, did you see?
Oh, I don't recall what's in the medical record specifically.
And when you first arrived at University Hospitals, do you recall talking to your grandmother?
I do not recall a conversation with my grandmother at UH, except for her mouthing to me.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear last.
Except for her mouthing to me. I don't remember our conversation previously at UH.
Okay, so before the cardio version, you don't recall.
Correct.
You also testified here today that between 5 and 9 at Tri-Point Hospital, your grandmother's heart rate was in the 140s or 150s based upon your observation of monitors.
That's what I can remember.
You
Correct.
recall me asking you that question before, and you telling me that it was over 100, but you couldn't recall exactly what it was?
I recall telling you that it was a range of 140 to 150.
So you don't recall telling me that it was definitely over 100, and you would guesstimate the 140s or 150s?
It was over 100.
Okay. But at that time, you couldn't recall that it was in the 140s or 150s for certain, but now you're saying that you recall it.
I recall her heart rate being 140s to 150s.
You recall me asking you that question at your deposition?
Yes.
You recall what your answer was at that time?
Yes.
Pardon?
Yes. I recall saying that it was in the 140s to 150s, guesstimating.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you have any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Karen Duda.
Okay, thank you. Step forward. Will you raise your right hand? You swear the testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, you have a seat right here. And I'm going to ask you to kind of scoot forward and talk so that Mike can pick you up.
Okay. Good morning.
Please, your full name for the record, please.
Karen Duda,
And what is your current home address?
8043 Belglow Lane, Mentor, Ohio.
So I know it's awkward, I'm facing you over here asking you questions, but as much as possible, you can direct your responses to the jury. I would appreciate it, okay?
Yep.
Are you married?
Yes, I am.
And your husband's name is,
James.
and how long have you been married?
It'll be 36 years in May.
And do you have 3 children?
I do.
And you've had 2 of them. Who's the 3rd child?
My son Dominic.
Where's Dominic live?
Dominic lives in Kent, Ohio.
And how many grandkids do you have?
I have 4.
Their age what, age what?
I'm sorry?
What are their,
How old
their
are they?
ages vary?
My grandchildren, the oldest is 12. Then I have a 9-year-old, a 4-year-old, and a 2-year-old.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about yourself, where you grew up?
Sure.
School, and everything?
I grew up in Wycliffe. I lived there most of my life. I just recently moved out of Wycliffe to Mentor. 4 years ago. I grew up on Buena Vista. Lived in the same house most of my life since I was about 4 years old with my parents. Very close. I got married, moved a street away from my parents, and eventually there was an empty lot on my parents' street, built a house on the same street, and just lived a few doors down and across the street. My kids grew up across the street from their parents for 22 years. We lived there.
And you graduated Wycliffe High School?
I did, and then I attended Lakeland Community College and Cleveland State, and I did not graduate. I got married in 1987 and had my first child in 1988, and didn't work after my second child. I was a stay-at-home mom and was very involved with school activities throughout their education.
When you did work, what did you do?
I was a waitress and was going to school at Denny's. And I believe after my son was born, my girlfriend owned a restaurant in the community, and I worked for her here and there, just basically to get out of the house,
Okay,
just to do something.
I didn't mean to interrupt, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's
I'm
fine.
having trouble hearing you forward for some reason. In any event, why don't you tell us a little bit about your mom? She had some health concerns?
She did. She had diabetes. She had open heart surgery, and I believe it was 1997. And I believe she was 57 around that time, right around my age now. She did very well with her surgery. She was pretty active, and my parents retired fairly young. They went to Florida. She rode bikes at the beginning of their retirement. They were very active socially. She was an awesome grandparent to my children. Very involved. My kids were back and forth to her house as soon as they got home from school. They had a pool, which we went, to their house during the summer almost every day, hung out at the pool. She attended, their school activity. Very involved. Grandmother, mother, kind, anyone she would meet. Just exceptional person.
So you mentioned she was a great grandma. How was she as a mom?
A mom is just, there's no words to explain. My mother was, it was my mom and I, we were the girls. I didn't have a sister. She was my confidant, my sounding board, my everything. She was my supporter for all things good, bad. She was that person. And I'm pretty confident that I was hers because she shared basically everything with me. How she was feeling. She grew up without a mom. Her mom passed away when she was about 7. So I think she strived to be the best mother for us that she could be because she didn't have what we were blessed to have.
So now we've heard from the 2 brothers and yourself, and everybody thinks that they were the favorite. How did your mother do that? How did she project that love to the 3?
She just was so fair with us. And I think we each had a unique love from her. And I tell everybody, I hope my kids love me and feel the way I felt and my brothers feel about my mom. It's so hard to convey, my mother knew she was loved by her 3 kids. We called her every day. There wasn't a day that went by that I called my mom probably the most. Probably, and I'm not exaggerating, 20 times when I say, she would say, "What do you need now? What can you possibly need now?" And I know my brothers called her daily on their way home from work. She knew she had 3 children that loved her immensely.
So it's my understanding in September 2018 you were not in town in Cleveland.
I was not.
And where were you?
We have a condo in Naples, Florida. I had taken a friend on a little short trip. She had a son that passed away, and wanted to extend her a little time away. So she was still grieving the loss of her son. So I took my friend just to get her away from, you know, just what she was going through, to just help her out. And we left on a Monday morning, and then that's when
So the 25th was a Tuesday. Were you there just a day, or were you there the week before?
I was just there a day. I was there literally a day. I got the call, you know, that my mom had to be taken to Tri-Point.
Do you remember who called you?
My daughter,
Jamie or yeah?
Jamie, I believe. It was either my daughter or my dad. I really can't say for sure. One of them.
What did you do, if anything, upon receiving that call?
Well, by nature, I panic if it has anything to do with my mom. I, wanted to know immediately, like, all the details, like, why is she there? What happened? Should I come home? What's going on? Things of that nature, or what I asked.
Okay, what did you do? Were you updated? Did you come home? What happened?
Well, I was told to just hold off and wait. They would keep me posted. I FaceTimed my mom because I had to see with my own eyes that she was okay. We had a brief FaceTime. She told me not to worry, and I felt okay after I saw that. And after that, I kind of went about my day with my friend. And late Monday, we had gone to dinner, and late Monday, throughout the whole day, I was calling my daughter. How's everything? Asking for updates. Everything's okay. And they weren't really giving me too many details because they knew I would probably not be able to handle it very well. So by the end of the evening, I got a call from my daughter, Jamie, and she said, "You need to get home." Well, I, lost it, and I had to leave my friend in Florida who was there grieving her son and figure out that night. It was probably, all I remember is it was very dark and it was late. We went to dinner and we had come back to my condo. We were up talking, and when I received the call, I just couldn't wrap my brain around everything was okay, and then my world was like unraveling. And then I had to figure out, how am I going to get to her? I need to get to her as soon as possible. I knew I couldn't drive. So my friend helped me, and we got a first flight out. I did. I had to leave her there. It was the first flight out in the morning. It seemed like an eternity, but it was a direct flight. I got there fairly quickly. I probably, by the time I was picked up and my luggage, all that stuff, I probably got to the hospital, I don't know, around 10:30, 11, as soon as I could.
Okay, and you mentioned you couldn't drive. Did you drive back and forth before?
We have, yes, but I felt I couldn't get there soon enough. It's a 20-hour drive. And I probably couldn't have. I couldn't even drive myself to the airport. I was too nervous.
recall what time about you arrived at University Hospital?
I believe around 10:30, 11 in the morning.
What was going on at the time? What did you observe going on?
Well, when I first arrived, I saw my family who came up to me to prepare me for what I was going to see. And that was my mom walking in a room where I had just left her Sunday. We were talking before I went to bed. To seeing my mom laying there on a ventilator with, a bunch of medications and whatnot. So basically I was greeted by my brothers and my daughter to prepare me, because they weren't really filling me in all the way, because like I said, my nature is I would be too upset, which it didn't really help because I was upset anyways prior to arriving, because I felt something was wrong and they weren't telling me everything.
So you got there on the 26th at about 10:30 a.m. Did you stay at the hospital that day?
I didn't leave the hospital until my mom took her last breath. I stayed by her side the whole night. She couldn't. We couldn't talk. The most I could do was hold her hand, and what I did, I took my cross ring off and I put it on her finger, and she died with this ring on her finger, and I haven't taken it off since.
Were you able to say goodbye to her?
I said goodbye to her. I don't know if she was aware enough to know. I felt like when I first arrived, maybe she knew I was there. But she couldn't say anything. Her eyes were open when I got there. So I think maybe she saw me, but I don't know.
You mentioned to me your mom was your best friend. Did you explain that to each other? What you meant by that?
Ever since I was a young kid, my mom and I, we were together, and my friends even realized my relationship with my mom. And they would call her mom. They were like, your mom is the best. And everybody complained about their moms. I didn't. My mom was someone I wanted to be around, someone I wanted to be like. She never had a bad word to say about anybody. I actually wanted to hang out with my mom. All my friends knew her. She was my person, my go-to person. When I say best friend, I mean I could hang out with my mom all day long. My mom would come to my house when my kids were little every single morning to have coffee with us. Every single morning before she went to work. She didn't miss a day. To see those kids off to school and sit and have coffee with me before she went to work. That's the kind of grandma and mother she was. Immensely. Every day. There's not a day that goes by that I don't think about her. Absolutely. I've had a bout with depression over it. I was on medication for a while. I struggle a lot thinking, that I just feel like my time was taken and something could have maybe been done sooner.
No further questions, John.
Cross-examination?
Morning, Mr. Reed.
Good morning.
You ready to continue?
Yes.
I'm Dirk, and we have not met. A couple follow-ups. When you were called on the 25th, the number of phone calls you had from your daughter, she indicated to you that things were going fine and there was no need for you to fly out. Is that right?
At that point, correct.
And that continued all the way throughout Tuesday, September 25th. On any phone calls, it's FaceTime and the phone calls you had with your granddaughter while your mother was infected.
The night of the 25th, I was told to come home.
At that time, your mother had been transferred to University Hospital.
Correct.
So going back to TriPoint, any conversation you had with any family, the FaceTime you had with your mother, what you had learned and gathered was that your mom was doing fine and there was no need for you to come. Right?
Correct.
And then you received this phone call late in the evening, and your mom had already been transferred to University Hospital, and then you made a point to get on a flight and came home the following day on Wednesday the 26th.
Yes, I believe I was told they were waiting for her to be transported to UH. They were waiting. That was something that was told to me on the 25th.
You received a call to come home. She was already at University Hospital. She was
Yeah.
now, you mentioned very much your mother's medical issues. She had diabetes and that diagnosis that goes back to 30 plus years.
I don't know the exact years. They're around about, possibly, yes, for quite some.
She was on insulin.
Yes, only on insulin after her surgery in 97. Prior to that, it was diet, her own medication.
So she had been diagnosed with diabetes. She had heart attack, bypass surgery,
Correct.
Did you go with her to her endocrinology visits?
No,
Were you involved with her time?
I harped on her at times.
You mentioned it, you discussed with her for education with her endocrinology center?
Yes, I,
Why did you do this?
worse.
She continued on with the insulin medicine diabetes. At some point prior to 2016, she started having issues with her kidneys.
Yes.
You go to her visits with her nephrologist at her kidney center.
I went to one appointment. I attended with her and my dad to be a third ear, so to speak. This is when they were contemplating her dialysis and her, starting the process of getting ready to go on dialysis.
You had other conditions, as a diabetes, she continued to have heart disease, but then her kidney function was depleted, and that's the point where she ended up discussing with her endocrinologist the need for maybe fistula, need to go on dialysis, right?
Her kidney doctor. Yes.
And that was Dr.
Dinga.
And when she was, what did you
She still was social. She still did things. She still went shopping. She, you know,
Regarding the cards, right around this time period, she was going to school for baby fishing, so they could do her dialysis. She had hospitalizations. She was
correct.
there was a time when you actually took her to the hospital, actually to the university in September, I believe it was 2016, where she had shortness of breath, fired, and you felt she needed to get admission, correct?
I don't recall that, but I was with her for most of her hospitalizations. When, right, absolutely. I would have been there.
June of 2016, was admission to University Hospital, the main campus, where
Can you repeat that, please?
yes, there was an admission from June 20th to June 24th, 2016, to University Hospital main
The only thing I remember at main campus at UH at that time were her fissulas, and I know they had to do it twice. I don't recall. She would not use a walker. She never had to use it.
She had a walker.
Of course, I disagree 100%.
What's her key that she was having with her that she brought her there
No.
so is there
She was really taking care of her diabetes at that time, and she was losing weight. And I can tell you that we did get kind of strict with her on her numbers, and we were helping her eat healthier. No. On that particular day, I don't recall, but like I said, she was hospitalized. I was mostly at that point. I recall her hospitalizations that occurred that had, those symptoms. Yes. Or maybe my, yep. She didn't complain about him very much. No. She didn't complain to us very much about it. No. Yes. True. Most likely. I can't say, you're throwing years at me, I can't say for sure, to be honest. Absolutely. It was most comfortable for her to sleep in a recliner. She didn't say because of that. Specifically, it was a lot of things. She did not. Sounds about right. Can you give me the date?
I just want to know what time. At the hospital?
Just trying to get a time frame. I know. 2018. I guess. Yes. When frail, like that is their documentation.
Do you recall her in that time frame, around the time of that hospitalization?
When she was in the hospital, yes.
This was a chief complaint. She came in June of 2018, pretty short of breath past week. Preschoolers and emergency boosters on the way, and at that time, on the way, it was 147 pounds. Do you recall until you retired?
I do. And like I said, we were helping her once my mom went on dialysis. We helped her eat better, and she did lose some weight and she felt much better, and it was helping her. It wasn't a negative effect. It was a very positive one, and my mother, as far as I know, was not blind in one eye. That's what they're saying. I would. That's what it was called. Yes. Hardly. I mean, maybe it affected her vision, but she could still see out of her eye. Repeat the question. June 2008, you said? 18. Yes, I mean, she had some illnesses. I don't remember hearing chronic. No. I mean, I didn't, I, those terms, I did not hear, I did not listen. Yes. Correct. I don't know if she was on medication for that, but I know she had blood transfusions and she was immune. There we go. I don't recall. Yes. 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 I think she had one, but she basically did most of her appointments here before they left. And they were very, very vigilant on going to all of their doctor appointments before they went. She had some. I wouldn't say several. I would say few.
send you to an early lunch. All right, remember not to discuss the case among yourself with anybody else. No independent research to find out anything other than what you're hearing right here. Don't conclude anything until you are beginning your deliberation. So we'll start back up again about 25 after 12, okay?
Your Honor. Before you go, there was just one thing I needed to clarify. It's not anything major, but when I was doing the cross-examination, I referred to Tri-Point records as Exhibit B. They are labeled as Exhibit B1. I just wanted to make that clear on the record.
Okay.
by a recorded video that was done prior to today. The testimony you see will be, you'll take that the same way as if that individual were sitting here, the same rules applied. The only other thing that, as you watch this video, there are going to be portions where you see it skips a little bit because there were objections that were made that I ruled on previously, so those were edited out, okay? All right, whenever you're ready. Is that podium anybody's way? No? Okay.
Good morning. This is the beginning of the media one
Recording in progress.
of the deposition of Jonathan Alexander, MD. In the matter of John Bellissimo et al. Versus Tri Point Medical Center et al. Today's date is February 20, 2023. The time on record is 10:12. My name is Gil Perez and I'm the videographer. The court reporter is Luis Borchel. We are here with USB Global Dedication. Counsels, please identify yourself, after which the court reporter will swear in the witness.
I am the plaintiff's counsel. My name is Jeffrey Lycan, and I represent the Bellissimo family. And Dirk Regenschneider, on behalf of Dr. Wilson, Dr. Thomas Wilson, and Tim Spirgos here via Zoom.
Doctor, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you, Doctor.
Doctor, for the record, could you give us your full name for the jury?
Jonathan Alexander.
Okay. And Dr. Alexander, you understand we're here to preserve your trial testimony in lieu of appearing in court next month?
Yes.
Okay. Doctor, what is your current home address?
18 Dock, D-O-C-K Road, Norwalk, Connecticut, 06854.
And what is your current profession?
I'm a cardiologist.
Doctor, why don't you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you will, what is a cardiologist and what does a cardiologist do?
The cardiology, the field of cardiology is a subspecialty of internal medicine, and it requires additional training after training to be an internist. Cardiologist specializes in taking care of patients with cardiovascular disorders, of which there are many, and solely practices cardiology to that end.
And Doctor, you mentioned training. Let's discuss, if we can, and introduce the jury to your educational background. Could you let us know where you went to undergraduate school and then on to medical school, and where you received your medical training?
I went to Harvard College. I then went to the Albert Einstein College of Medicine, 4-year program. I then did my training at Yale New Haven Hospital, Yale University School of Medicine, 3 years of internship or residency, and then 2 years of fellowship.
Okay, so Doctor, I have a copy of your CV with me, and it indicates that you graduated from Harvard in 1968.
Correct.
Went on to medical school the following year at Albert Einstein.
No, I went to Einstein. I graduated in class of 73, so I entered in 69.
Right, okay. And your internship in internal medicine, Doctor, what is an internship? You completed it at Yale, it looks like.
It's a 1 year of training. It's no longer called an internship. It's actually your first year residency. It's a program of taking care of hospitalized patients. You're also in the clinic as an outpatient, but most of those hospitalized patients
under the supervision of an attending physician, and you're caring for patients on an internal medicine ward.
Okay, and you mentioned your fellowship, doctor. What was your fellowship in?
It's cardiology or cardiovascular diseases.
I guess what is a fellowship?
It's advanced training after you've finished internal medicine, concentrating totally in the care of patients with cardiovascular disease.
Okay. And just so I can make sure everybody understands, the cardiovascular diseases are diseases of the heart?
The heart and the vasculature.
Doctor, are you currently licensed to practice medicine?
Yes, I am.
And is your medical license in good standing?
Yes, it is.
In what state are you licensed in?
Connecticut.
And doctor, according to your CV, you were first licensed in 1974?
Correct.
How old are you today, doctor?
75.
And doctor, you have board certifications as well?
Yes.
Could you explain those to the jury and what a board certification is?
It's a certification from a body that says you've met the qualifications to be an internist, and I'm board certified in internal medicine. There's a board, a subspecialty board under that umbrella, which does cardiovascular diseases, and they certify based upon training examinations that you are certified to be a cardiologist.
Okay, and doctor, according to your CV, you were board certified in internal medicine in 1976, and in the subspecialty of cardiovascular diseases in 1979.
That's correct.
Doctor, you currently have teaching responsibilities?
Yes, I do.
Could you explain those to the jury as those teaching responsibilities are today?
I teach at Danbury Hospital, which is a subdivision of the New Balance healthcare system. I teach medical house staff, interns and residents, and I teach cardiology fellows. I also teach house staff who rotate from the University of Vermont Medical School and house staff who rotate at the hospital from Yale School of Medicine.
Okay. And previously, doctor, you had some teaching responsibilities over at Yale, is that correct?
Correct.
What were those, doctor, previously?
Previously, they were supervising fellows in the cardiac catheterization laboratory, supervising fellows on the cardiology ward, being responsible for teaching of the interns and residents, both in the emergency department and on the ward.
Yeah, and it looks like those teaching responsibilities ended somewhere in the 90s.
Correct. I continue to teach the house staff and the fellows when they rotate through Danbury Hospital.
Okay. All right, doctor, and what is your current practice? Your clinical practice, I'm sorry.
I see patients from 8 o'clock in the morning till 12 o'clock at night at a satellite office in Ridgefield, Connecticut. I also see patients at the main campus at Danbury Hospital, 8 in the morning to 5 o'clock. I rotate through the hospital as an attending physician, seeing patients who get admitted with various cardiovascular disorders. That involves going to the emergency department, involves interacting with the hospitalists, interacting with the ER staff, and predominantly interacting with the fellows. I also interact with my colleagues, other cardiologists as well.
Okay. And doctor, I think you had mentioned, or actually it's reflected in your CV, you previously had duties in relative cardiac labs, is that correct?
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury when those?
Sure, I had advanced training in cardiac catheterization, and from 1978 until the mid-90s, I did cardiac catheterizations on a regular basis.
Okay. Any other procedures, doctor? What would catheterizations include? I'm sorry.
There was a long period of time where I implanted pacemakers. There was a time that I performed cardioversions And that's pretty much the extent of it. And there are different types of catheterization procedures. There's right heart cardiac catheterizations, which I did. There are things called pericardiocentesis, aspirating pericardial fluid, which I did as well.
Okay. And did you have duties relative to administration in the cath labs when you practiced there?
No.
Okay. Hey, doctor, why did you give up those duties or those functions as a cardiologist?
If you want the honest opinion, my wife basically said it's either the cath lab or me, because it involves being at the hospital late at night, early in the morning, 7 days a week.
And, your main hospital is Danbury, doctor?
Correct.
Doctor, do you belong to any professional organizations within your field?
Yes, I do.
And could you give the jury a little idea of what organizations you currently belong to?
The American College of Cardiology, the American Heart Association, the American College of Nuclear Cardiology.
And doctor, it mentions here in your CV, you're a fellow in the American Cardiology?
Correct.
You're a fellow at the American Heart Association Council on Clinical Cardiology?
Well, I'm a fellow of the American Heart Association, but I'm also a fellow within the Clinical Council.
Okay. You're a fellow with the American College of Physicians?
Yes.
And a fellow with the American College of Chest Physicians, correct?
No longer.
No longer? Okay. Have you published within your field, doctor?
Yes, I have.
And doctor, I guess I'll mark to this deposition a copy of your CV as Exhibit A. But it's represented on here, there's 22 clinical research projects that you participated in.
That's correct.
Why don't you tell the jury a little bit about what those research projects consisted of?
There are a variety of research projects. The original ones are usually done in conjunction with the fellows at the hospital, where we make an observation about a certain entity, research it further, usually acquire patient records. I'm currently working on one regarding the cardiovascular implications of COVID, long-term COVID, issues regarding interesting cases in the nuclear cardiology laboratory that we expand upon. I have been involved in large clinical trials of new medications, new procedures, where patients are randomized to either that procedure, medicine, or placebo. So, variety of clinical projects, none of which involved, a specific laboratory per se.
Okay, your CV also indicates, doctor, you've contributed 31 publications to the profession.
Yes.
And in addition, 25 abstracts, and you've also contributed to books.
Yes.
In different chapters and textbooks, correct?
Correct.
Those would be all within some way touching upon the field of cardiology.
Correct.
Doctor, do you devote over 75% of your professional time in the active clinical practice or teaching at an accredited facility of your specialty, that being cardiology?
Yes, I do.
And again, doctor, your medical license is currently active and in good standing.
Correct.
Okay, doctor, we're going to be going through a number of issues, a number of scenarios and other facts during the course of your testimony. But at the end, I'll be asking you certain expert opinions with regard to this case. Can you and I agree that in keeping with the legal standards in the state of Ohio, that all your opinions will be rendered within a reasonable degree of medical probability and certainty?
Yes.
You can agree with that, doctor?
Yes.
Doctor, there came a time when I asked you to review some medical records regarding Genelina Bellissimo, is that correct?
Yes.
Could you tell the ladies and the gentlemen of the jury what hospital records you had reviewed in preparation for your testimony here today?
I reviewed Mrs. Bellissimo's prior outpatient medical records. I reviewed the hospitalization records from her hospitalization at Tri Point, and I reviewed her hospital records from University Hospital, the institution to which she was transferred. I reviewed the testing that she had done while at TriPoint, including laboratory data and electrocardiograms. I reviewed numerous depositions.
Okay, we'll get to the depositions.
Okay.
Just I want to make sure the jury understands what records you reviewed. So the records from TriPoint, the outpatient records, those are the outpatient records for Ms. Bellissimo's treating cardiologist, Dr. Wilson?
Correct.
The TriPoint records that you reviewed, Doctor, would those be the records for her emergency room visit and subsequent admission on September 25th, 2018?
Correct.
In the UH hospital records you reviewed, would those be the records reflecting her transfer that day from TriPoint Hospital to University Hospitals until the time of her death on September 27th?
Yes.
Doctor, you mentioned you reviewed depositions. What depositions have you reviewed?
I reviewed depositions for Dr. Cunningham, Dr. Wilson, the two expert witnesses from the defense.
Dr. Dollar and Dr. Messerly?
Correct. And I reviewed the 4 depositions from the Bellissimo family members. I reviewed the deposition from Ms. Snyder.
Betsy Snyder?
Yes.
Okay. Doctor, have you also seen the telemed call records that were provided from Dr. Wilson's office's answering service?
Yes, I did.
Can we go off the record a moment?
Welcome the record, and the time now is 10:32.
So Doctor, what did I ask you to do in this case?
You asked me to review the medical records, the depositions, and the call record from telemed.
Okay. And what did those records reveal? When I think to give the jury a little bit of background, Doctor, what was the course for Mrs. Bellissimo as she entered the emergency room in September 2018?
I'm just going to refer to my timeline. She went for her usual dialysis the morning of Tuesday, September 28th, 2018, and fell walking into the dialysis unit. She was seen appropriately and transferred to the TriPoint Hospital ER for evaluation. The question is, did she slip? Was it a mechanical fall, or did something cardiac happen to precipitate the fall? So she was evaluated there by an ER provider, and the decision was made to admit her to the hospital, which was done later, actually at 8:55 a.m. for cardiac evaluation and observation. She was admitted to a step-down unit. She was subsequently seen at 10:33, or the note is dictated by Dr. Wilson. She had an EKG done, and one of her medications was held, and she was admitted for observation. She subsequently went to dialysis a little later than planned, completed an uneventful dialysis in the mid to late afternoon, and at approximately 5 o'clock in the evening, she developed an abnormal heart rhythm called atrial fibrillation, and her heart rate went up to 140 beats a minute.
Okay, if I could stop you there,
Sure.
There, Doctor, we go back a little bit, just to give the jury a little bit of background. You had mentioned you reviewed Dr. Wilson's outpatient records as well as the patient's records at TriPoint. What was her pre-hospital condition before she got to the emergency room?
She had several ongoing medical problems, one of which was coronary artery disease. She had undergone a coronary artery bypass graft surgery. In the 90s, she had had a heart muscle problem, a cardiomyopathy, as a result of that coronary artery disease. She was on hemodialysis for chronic renal failure. She also had hardening of the carotid arteries and had carotid stenosis. She had hyperlipidemia, history of hypertension, and type 2 diabetes.
Okay. Anything else? Did she have some kidney issues too?
Yeah, she had chronic kidney failure and was on dialysis for that.
All right, that's true, you mentioned that. And doctor, when she was seen in the emergency room, there was a decision made to admit the patient.
Correct.
Why was that decision made, in your opinion?
When patients fall and they have a history of cardiac disease, it's important to exclude a cardiac basis for that fall, either a very slow heart rate, very rapid heart rate, maybe an atypical presentation for a heart attack, the variety of cardiac disorders that can precipitate a fall. So she was admitted for observation, testing, being seen by other consultants to determine if there were contributing factors to the fall, or did she simply trip on her way into the dialysis unit.
Okay. And doctor, I take it, in your opinion, do you agree with the fact that she was admitted to TriPoint?
Yes.
Yeah. And doctor, you mentioned that Dr. Wilson had seen her at 10:30 a.m. What did Dr. Wilson do for Ms. Bellissimo at or around 10:30 a.m., if anything?
He agreed with the admission. He agreed with observation. He interpreted an EKG, and the metoprolol, a medication that she had been on, was held.
Okay, what's metoprolol?
It's what's called a beta blocker. It blocks beta receptors, and in her situation, she was on it for hypertension, and it can cause a slowing of the heart rhythm. And because of her heart rhythm disturbance upon presentation and the history of falling, it was felt that holding it would be appropriate.
Okay. And Dr. Wilson at that time took a history from Ms. Bellissimo?
Yes.
Do you feel this history is appropriate?
Yes.
Dr. Wilson at that time did an examination of Mrs. Wilson?
Yes.
Based upon your review of the record, was that appropriate?
Yes.
And we talked about, you felt the admission by the emergency room doctor was appropriate.
Correct.
All right, doctor, was that the last time Dr. Wilson saw Mrs. Bellissimo? Was it sometime around 10:33 a.m. on September the 25th?
Yes.
You mentioned, doctor, that at about, did you say 5 p.m.?
Yes.
She had a change in her condition.
Yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened at 5 p.m.?
Her heart rate went from approximately 45 beats a minute to 140 beats a minute and was irregular. It's a condition that we frequently encounter. It's called atrial fibrillation. In her case, it was very rapid.
And doctor, I take it over your 40 years plus in practice as a cardiologist, you've treated people similar to Ms. Bellissimo that come in through the emergency room, or seen people similar to Mrs. Bellissimo that come in through the emergency room?
Thousands of times.
And you've treated people with AFib?
Thousands of times.
And you've interpreted EKGs?
I do it on a regular basis.
What's the proper, is it an EKG or an ECG? I see it both ways.
Electrocardiogram. It's either German electrocardiogram or it's been anglicized, the ECG.
Okay, so
Either one is correct.
okay, I'm used to the EKG, so I'm going to go with the EKG. And doctor, her EKG, the first one I believe was taken at 6:10 in the morning. How was that EKG? I think I have that for you, doctor.
Yes.
Here you go. You want to see it there?
Actually, this is from
just the top page.
Yeah, fine. So it's dated September 25th at 6:10 in the morning. It shows a junctional bradycardia, and the heart rate is 36 beats per minute.
Okay. We're gonna can. Maybe you could hold that up for the jury, doctor, on this board. The camera can zoom in on it, and you can show the jury what you're talking about there. Be mindful of that computer, doctor. No, we're holding up to our camera.
Okay.
Okay.
So you see these spikes here, that's part of the QRS complex, and we determine the rate by looking at the distance between each of these beats. And this is an abnormally slow heart rhythm. So it's one beat here, several seconds, another beat here, several seconds, another beat here. So what stands out is the slowness of the heart rhythm.
Okay, and that's the reason why she was taken off the medical.
Correct.
Thank you. Did she have another EKG doctor at or around 5 o'clock?
Yes.
Wait a minute, doctor, I'm just sorting through some papers here. Sure. Yeah, I'm gonna give you the EKG doctor that was, it's dated September 25th at 5:12 p.m. Is that the EKG you're referencing?
Yes.
Could you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the change in that EKG?
I think what stands out.
You see it okay?
Oh, I'm sorry. What stands out is the heart rate has gone up dramatically from 36 beats a minute to what is being interpreted as 131 beats a minute. There are times it's even faster than that. And there are certain changes in the configuration of the QRS complex that are concerning.
Are those called ST elevations?
Yes.
And what is an ST elevation?
When one injures the myocardium, the EKG reflection, the electrical flexion, is ST segment elevation.
Can you point one out to the jury?
Sure. Right here in this lead, and right here in this lead.
Let you hold me back. Do you have that? Okay. All right, thank you, doctor. So, doctor, as a result of that EKG, what was going on at South Point? What were the nurses doing? What was happening, if you could?
They were concerned by the changes in the EKG, and they reached out to Dr. Wilson for his input.
Okay. Doctor, did I hand you the nursing notes for Ms. Bellissimo that go from September 25th, 9:25 a.m. all the way through September 25th at 2000, which is 8 o'clock.
Correct.
And I have those for you, doctor. At what time did the nurses page, first page Dr. Wilson?
5:05 p.m. Actually, they say about paged at about 5:10 to call back stat.
What does stat mean, doctor?
Stat is a term derived from the Latin, which means immediately.
And what was the reason why the nurses asked to have Dr. Wilson paged?
Because her electrocardiogram was acutely unstable.
Okay. And doctor, I've highlighted those entries on the records that you have. If you could hold it up for the videographer again. Did Dr. Wilson call back as a result of that page at 5:10?
No, he didn't.
Was Dr. Wilson paged again?
Yes, he was.
And what time was the second page?
5:30, he was repaged.
And why was he repaged by the nursing staff?
Because they needed direction for Mrs. Bellissimo's care.
Okay. Could you hold it up, Doctor, on the jury to see the note?
Sure. Dr. Wilson repaged.
You see that? And Dr. Wilson, maybe I asked you, did he call back as a result of that second page?
No.
Was Dr. Wilson paged by the nursing staff again?
There was a notation at 542, second page placed to Dr. Wilson.
Did Dr. Wilson call back as a result of that page?
No, he didn't.
And again, in the meantime, was the patient transferred into the internal care unit?
The patient was transferred to the ICU,
Okay.
intensive care unit.
Why was it important? Well, first off, doctor, with a change in the patient's condition like that, is the nursing staff at the hospital required to page Dr. Wilson?
Yes.
Why is that?
They needed direction in terms of how to treat her,
Yeah, and why?
because this rapid heart rhythm is potentially injurious to her health, her heart, and her survival.
It was Dr. Wilson paged at any other time, doctor, after, by the, according to those nursing notes, after 542?
There was a discussion with Dr. Azin, who is the nephrologist, kidney specialist, about the changes in the EKG and the inability to contact cardiology. He agreed with the treatment thus far and stated that he would call cardiology as well.
Okay. So we have now two different nurses contacting the paging service and Dr. Azan as reflected in those nursing records, correct?
That's correct.
Doctor, I'm going to hand you the call record from Telemed. And again, I've highlighted that as well. And I want to discuss that record. You're familiar with that record, correct?
Yes.
And I know you want to put out a little scope there.
Yeah, it's rather small, and I have a magnifying function on my cell phone. So.
Okay. All right, according to the Telemed call record, doctor, when was the first page out concerning Mrs. Bellissimo to Dr. Wilson?
Yeah, 525, and it was a stat page.
Okay. And when was the second call out, or page out to Dr. Wilson?
545.
Okay, I'm sorry, the 525 was from a nurse, John, can you read that last name?
John LeBeau, N.I.
Okay, and the second page at 545 was put out by nurse, just says Megan?
Yes.
Okay. And the third call in this log, what time is that at, the first page, next page out?
It was Megan Wyland, W-Y-L-A-N-D, and the first was John LaBounty. The third page was sent out at 5:56, and it was Dr. Azim calling.
Okay. And what was the priority in Dr. Azim's?
It was a stat.
And as you mentioned, the first call out was also a stat.
Correct.
Now, doctor, I'd like to go back on the call log to 9:25 at 5:25 p.m., the first call out. And if we could look to the right,
Yes.
was there a successful page to Dr. Wilson's cell phone recorded there?
Yes, there was.
And what time was that at?
At 5:25.
Was there a second successful page as a result of this entry?
Yes.
What time was that at?
5:34.
Okay, doctor, so we have the call came in from the hospital at 5:25, and the answering service sent out a successful page to Dr. Wilson's, and it indicates a cell phone, again at 5:25 and at 5:34, correct?
Correct.
As a result of the call by Nurse Megan, doctor, at 5:45, that second entry on the call log, was a successful page sent out to Dr. Wilson's cell phone.
Yes.
And what time was that at? You see that? It's just above the bottom entry there.
Yeah, contact attempt. That was 5:40.
546, right. And Doctor, could you hold that up for the jury so they can see that? They're gonna see it eventually, but I want them just to see what you're referencing.
These are the calls that we referenced, and these are the details and the success of reaching him on a cell phone or home phone.
And Doctor, I forgot to mention on the, going down to this 525 call again, there's also a notation that they actually, rather than Page, tried to call Dr. Wilson, is that correct?
Yes.
And what does it indicate in that regard?
Yeah, there was a call made to his cell, call made to his home.
At what time?
546.
Okay, so in addition to paging him, they called both his cell phone and his home number, correct?
Correct.
Okay, Doctor, if we go up to the third page that went out to Dr. Wilson at 556, that was initiated by Dr. Azam's staff.
Correct.
Was there a successful page as a result of that call into the telemed call service?
Yes.
And what time was that?
556.
Were there any other successful pages as a result of Dr. Azam's call into the answering service?
Yeah, 610.
And Doctor, then there's a note at 614, at 714.
Yes.
I'm sorry, 614, 1814. Can you read that, Doctor?
Vicky Bizzuto stated, if we are unable to get Dr. Wilson, to page Dr. Michael Cunningham.
Okay. So at some point, somebody got a hold of this Vicky Bizzuto, who told them to call Dr. Cunningham.
Correct.
If they couldn't reach Dr. Wilson.
Correct.
And Doctor, based upon your review of the depositions, what's your understanding as to how the paging or the on-call system works at Dr. Wilson's office?
If a physician needs to get in touch with Dr. Wilson, they will call the number, the office number, which gets transmitted to Telmed, which picks up the calls after 5 o'clock. And Telmed is responsible for reaching out to the doctor.
That would be the doctor on call.
Correct.
In each of these instances, which doctor did Telemed reach out to?
Dr. Wilson.
Okay, and Doctor, I may have covered this, I may not have, but just in case, did Dr. Wilson call back at any point in relation to his pages out that were initiated by calling the Telemed by Dr. Azam?
No.
The other ones. Thank you. Doctor, what time did Dr. Wilson finally call?
9 o'clock.
And that would be just under 4 hours from his initial page at 5:05, 5:10 p.m., is that correct?
Correct.
And what happened when Dr. Wilson called into the hospital at 9 p.m.?
He had looked at the electrocardiogram from 5:05 and had spoken to Dr. Cunningham and expressed concern about that EKG and her status, and thought that a transfer to a tertiary healthcare facility was appropriate.
Okay. You mentioned Dr. Cunningham. Now, how did that, was Dr. Cunningham called in as it relates to Ms. Bellissimo's condition?
Yes.
And when was, does the Telemed record reflect when Dr. Cunningham was paged?
I don't believe so.
It does indicate, however, that at 6:29, Dr. Cunningham is aware.
Okay.
6:29 p.m.
Fine.
And there's a note here that indicates at 6:14 that Vicky Bizzuto, as you indicated, told the answering service to call Dr. Cunningham if Dr. Wilson was not available. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So within that 25, 30 minutes, Dr. Cunningham was able to call the hospital, correct?
Correct. Well, it was 6:14, the call that was made to Vicky Bizzuto, and Dr. Cunningham called back at 6:25.
Okay. So Dr. Cunningham was able to call back in 11 minutes.
Correct.
Was, in your opinion, based upon your review of these materials, was Dr. Cunningham on call for this patient?
No.
And why don't you discuss the care rendered after Dr. Wilson became involved after 9 p.m. that night to Mrs. Bellissimo?
A call was made to University Hospital. You need to have an accepting physician on the other end, and the case was discussed, and arrangements were made subsequently to have her transferred to University Hospital.
And how quickly was that transport made, do you recall?
From the time of the initial call, or Dr. Wilson's involvement at 9 o'clock, I think she was transferred approximately 10:30. So that would be an hour and a half. Yeah, she was transferred at 10:20 p.m.
Okay. And Dr. Wilson, do you know if Dr. Wilson had to make arrangements at UH for her to be admitted?
No, the accepting physician usually does that.
In any event, doctor, why was it important to get Mrs. Bellissimo to University Hospital?
She is an elderly female with multiple medical problems who was having an acute cardiac event as manifested by the changes in the EKG and the rapid and irregular heart rate or atrial fibrillation.
And what was the definitive treatment for? What was the plan in going to UH according to your review of this chart?
She was admitted. She underwent an electrical cardioversion to help stabilize her, and then she was brought to the cardiac catheterization laboratory.
Were they successful in treating her at UH?
How do you define success? I mean, they got her rhythm back to a regular rhythm, and they were able to identify a critical blockage in one of her coronary arteries, and she had a successful angioplasty.
Okay, I guess what I mean to ask you, doctor, let's go back. What was her condition upon getting to University Hospital?
She was in bad shape. She was in shock, basically.
What does that mean?
Her blood pressure was low, and she had metabolic abnormalities that indicate decreased perfusion to her organs.
Okay. Were those medical issues or conditions that began after 5 p.m. at TriPoint?
The process started, but as manifested by her blood pressure, no, and there was no evidence in terms of the blood work, but it wasn't all that extensive as to whether or not she was having any metabolic abnormalities.
Why was it so important for the hospital personnel to reach Dr. Wilson regarding Mrs. Bellissimo's condition?
Dr. Wilson had a long-standing relationship, medical and personal relationship with Mrs. Bellissimo. He had just seen her, did a thorough evaluation earlier in the day. Based upon that prior knowledge and that evaluation earlier in the day, it was appropriate that he was the one to make the call regarding her care. He knew her best, and it was appropriate that he make the call as to the best treatment for her.
Does that meet the standard of care, doctor? Do you have an opinion then, based upon a reasonable degree of medical probability and or certainty, as to whether or not Dr. Wilson breached the standard of care in his medical care and treatment of Mrs. Bellissimo.
Yes.
What is that opinion, Doctor?
His failure to answer his pages in a prompt manner and deliver more definitive care directly contributed to her demise.
Doctor, so we have Dr. Wilson being paged first at about 5:05, 5:10, correct?
Correct.
Would it have been reasonable to initiate some efforts to try to stabilize her condition after that?
Yes.
Okay. What does that mean? Why don't you tell the jury?
Ideally, it would have meant an in-person evaluation from a doctor who knew her best. Which means going in, examining her, taking her history, seeing what her condition is, looking at the EKG, interacting with the nurses. This lady was critically ill, and making a plan with regard to further interventions, further testing, and ultimately transfer to a tertiary medical center.
Doctor, we didn't talk about something called troponin. What is troponin?
Troponin is a protein that is released by the heart muscle when there is damage or injury to the heart muscle.
And when it rises, there's injury, is that correct?
When it rises, it often indicates injury or damage to the heart muscle.
Was there a change in Ms. Bellissimo's troponin at or around 5 o'clock?
At about 5:56, there was an increase in the troponin level, yes.
Doctor, based upon your opinion within reasonable medical probability or certainty, after an attempt to maybe stabilize the patient for a brief period, is it your opinion that, strike that question, let me rephrase it. Doctor, based upon your medical opinion, should Mrs. Bellissimo, given her clinical findings at the time of between 5 and 5:45 p.m., should she have been transferred to University Hospitals?
Yes.
And doctor, why couldn't they handle her condition at TriPoint?
I don't know what the capability of doing an acute cardioversion was. They certainly had no capability of doing a cardiac catheterization for diagnostic purposes and, if necessary, therapeutic purposes.
Doctor, do you have an opinion then based upon a reasonable degree of medical probability and or certainty that the breach of the standard of care by Dr. Wilson was a proximate cause of the death of Ms. Bellissimo?
Yes.
And what's that opinion, doctor?
The delay in transferring her for definitive treatment caused her death.
And doctor, where do we get every hour after 5 o'clock or say, or after 5:30?
It's well accepted in cardiology that there are certain conditions where immediacy is vitally important. And every half hour, every hour that this woman had a heart rate of 130 to 140, and her EKG continued to show ischemic changes, the ones I demonstrated to you. Every half hour, every hour that those conditions continue increases her chance of dying as a result of her cardiac status.
All right, Dr. Griebenstetter, we just met earlier today.
Yes.
Going to be having some questions, follow up on a few things from earlier this morning. Regarding Ms. Bellissimo's medical history, you went back to the period of about 1996 when she suffered her acute myocardial infarction, right?
Correct.
All right. And you saw that Dr. Wilson had taken care of her from 1996 after that myocardial infarction up until the time period in September of 2018, right?
Correct.
And you had an opportunity to look at Ms. Bellissimo's outpatient records.
Yes.
All right. We can agree she had a very complex medical history.
Yes.
In 1996, she had this heart attack or myocardial infarction, and they initially treated it with PTCA or angioplasty, right?
Correct.
And those are basically balloons to open up the arteries.
Correct.
And that was in June of 1996, and then by July of 1996,
those open arteries had closed and she needed the 5-vessel bypass.
Correct.
All right. And I think from the record.
Excuse me, I can't hear the doctor at all.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes,
Okay.
All right. And doctor, so she had this 5-vessel bypass in July of 1996, correct?
Correct.
And as you reviewed the record, she had a left internal mammary artery bypass to her left anterior descending, right?
Correct.
And the left anterior mammary arteries, basically an artery that's utilized for bypass grafting that has very good results, true?
Correct.
And that's also known as a lima, is that right?
Correct.
And then she had some of her saphenous vein bypass graft to the back part of her heart.
Correct.
And that went into the circumflex arteries.
She had one circumflex that went to 3 separate marginal branches.
In any event, she had successful 5-vessel bypass in 1996, and she continued to treat with Dr. Wilson for a number of years, right?
Correct.
As time went by, she developed carotid artery disease that she initiated, or that you indicated earlier today. And based upon your record, she had 100% inclusion on her right external carotid artery, right?
Correct.
And when we talk about
carotid artery.
when we talk about the carotid artery, we're talking about the arteries that come up through your neck and feed your brain, right?
Correct.
And she had 100% inclusion on the right, and at some point prior to 2018, it was 60-70% included on the left, right?
Correct.
You also saw that she had peripheral vascular disease throughout her entire circulatory system, right?
Correct.
In fact, when they did the catheterization, she was known to have severe aortic disease near the bifurcation of her iliac arteries.
Correct.
And needless to say, that's consistent with the complexity of her medical problems, correct?
Yes.
She had known COPD, which is chronic obstructive pulmonary disease.
Correct.
She had right-sided pulmonary issues from her right side of her heart, right?
Correct.
She had congestive heart failure, true?
Correct.
And she had a number of different admissions for her exacerbation of her congestive heart failures the years or two prior to her admission to TriPoint in September of 2018, correct?
Correct.
She had been seeing wound doctors for chronic cellulitis and due to her arterial disease in her lower extremities.
Correct.
And explain to the jury, what's that from?
Usually something mechanical, you hurt your foot and there's an infection that sets in, or it's due to poor circulation.
And we know she had poor circulation.
Correct.
And she had these chronic wounds for years prior to 2018.
Correct.
She had also had osteoarthritis in her knees that you saw, right?
Yes.
She had seen numerous orthopedic doctors over the years, but they wouldn't do surgery on her because of her risk factors, right?
Correct.
And then you talk about the diabetes. She had long-standing type 2 diabetes, right?
Yes.
I mean, I think when you go back in the history, she had it for over 40 years.
I don't know the exact amount of time, but it was chronic.
And she was seeing endocrinology for it.
Yes.
And as the diabetes developed over the years and her cardiovascular disease developed over the years, she ended up having an increase in the creatinine or her levels of her kidney function, right?
Correct.
And that was indicative that she was going into renal failure.
Correct.
And so by 2016, she started the need for hemodialysis.
Correct.
And just so we're clear with the jury, that is for what?
That is to rid the body of various toxins that are normally released in normally functioning kidneys.
Right, and so as the kidneys fail, they go from stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4, and then she was at stage 5 that to live, she needed to take dialysis from 2016 to present 3 times a week, right?
Correct.
And that's a procedure where she had a fistula place where they can clean her blood, throw it through a dialysis machine, and take the toxins out that aren't being removed by the kidney, and remove it so she can have, basically, to be able to function and live.
Correct.
Did you happen to see the medical records of her practitioners when she was traveled down to Florida?
No.
You did not? But your understanding, and at least looking over Dr. Wilson's records, that she was being treated by a number of different physicians while she was taking winter vacations with her family and lived down there over a few months with a number of different practitioners when she was in Florida?
Yes, it's also part of the depositions from her family.
Right. So she was seeing cardiology in Florida. She was seeing endocrinology, which takes care of her diabetes, as well as her as a nephrologist who would be taking care of her kidneys.
That's correct.
On top of whatever other doctor she was seeing.
That's correct.
Did you see in the records where she had a right ocular stroke and could not see out of her right eye?
Yes.
Because of the renal disease, there were a number of hospitalizations where she was anemic, correct?
Correct.
And when we talk about anemia, she had low red blood cell counts where she needed actually iron and transfusions, right?
Correct.
And you saw the fact that in 2017 she had been admitted to Lake Hospital for approximately a week with congestive heart failure.
Yes.
And when a patient's admitted to a hospital for congestive heart failure, just explain in general what that process is, would you please?
The patient presents to the emergency room or their doctor's office with signs and symptoms of fluid overload. And in her case, it was due to decreased heart muscle function, and it's best taken care of in the hospital,
Right.
and one gets treatment for that.
And that would be basically putting her on some diuretics to draw some fluid and so on and so forth, as well as cardiac medications to increase her heart rate.
Yeah, in her case, she was not able to make urine, so it would be changing dialysis regimens.
In fact, right, by 2017, her kidneys wouldn't function to make any urine.
Correct, or it was decreased.
And then in June, you saw in June of 2018 that she was admitted again to University Hospital Richmond campus for exacerbation of her cardiac issues.
I didn't see that one, no.
Needless to say, she had a long-standing, complex medical history, true?
Yes.
And not even walking into dialysis and falling on July 25th of 2018.
September.
I'm sorry, September 25th of 2018. She had a decreased life expectancy due to her significant comorbidity.
Yes.
And Doctor, we can agree that cardiologists can have patients who die with proper therapy, true?
Unfortunately, yes.
We can agree that a bad outcome does not mean malpractice, true?
Correct.
You've reviewed other medical malpractice cases for Mr. Lycan in the past?
I believe I have, yes.
And you've actually come to Ohio and testified for Mr. Lycan over the years, right?
Yes.
And each of those cases in which you came to Ohio and testified in court was on behalf of a plaintiff when you were working with Mr. Lycan.
That's correct.
And you've also worked with members of his old law firm over the years in which you were an expert on behalf of the plaintiff.
Correct.
You've never testified in Ohio for a physician doctor, correct?
No, I have not.
When you went back through your practice earlier today, you stopped doing catheterizations well over 10 years ago, right?
Correct.
You stopped doing cardioversions well over 10 years ago.
No, I still do cardio.
Okay.
If you want, I can explain.
I wrote down what you had said, and you said that you had, there was a time that you did cardioversions.
Yes.
Okay. So are you still doing those currently?
I order them and I supervise them, but I don't directly do them for other reasons.
All right, well.
Do you want to hear the reasons?
No, I don't think it's too pertinent to the issues here.
No, it's not relevant at all.
Okay, then we'll save the jury some time to get to the issues. Needless to say, you are not an interventional cardiologist.
That's correct.
You're not an invasive cardiologist.
That's correct.
Your practice is, the great majority of your practice is in an office setting, right?
Correct.
And you mentioned you see patients 8 to 5. That's not 5 days a week, true?
No, it varies.
Right. In your website on the hospital where you work, it indicates it has a mark on there that you do telemedicine.
Yes, I do.
Is that something that you've started working on in more capacity over the last 2 to 3 years?
Since the pandemic, there are many patients who do not want to come into the office. Since the pandemic, there have been situations where we discourage people to come into the office. If they're testing positive for COVID, if they have a family member who has COVID, we discourage them to come into the office. That doesn't mean they can't be seen and telemed either in person or by telephone is a very convenient way to see them.
Sure, so your office practice would be partially in person and your office practice would be partially telemed.
It's predominantly in person.
Do you do the telemed from your house or is it always from your?
When COVID was very active and the office was shut down, I did it from my house. I haven't done that for over 2 years.
You take call currently?
Yes.
You will agree when you're off call, you are not responsible for your patients, true?
I'm always responsible for my patients.
All right, so your testimony is 24/7, 365 days a week. You're responsible for your patients, true?
Correct.
Okay. If you're not on call and a hospital calls you for a patient of yours that's been admitted, you may be off the phone for over an hour at times, correct?
Correct.
I mean, I think you have obviously pastimes besides being a physician.
Yes.
You play tennis, you hike.
I do both.
Sure. And so you may be off call for more than an hour or two where somebody may try to contact you from a hospital, but you would agree with me when you are not on call, you're not medically responsible to return that call, correct?
Define what you mean by medically. I have a responsibility to my patients, and if I get a call, even though I'm not on call about them, I will try my best to respond to that call.
Correct. There are times when you get a call where you are unavailable for an hour or two where you do not return that call.
That's correct.
And when you do that and you're not on call, you are not acting unreasonable. True?
Correct.
Now, there are times where you may not be on call that a patient or a healthcare provider may contact you, and you try to do your best to respond to that. True?
Yes.
Okay. But when you're not on call, we can agree the standard of care does not require you to return a phone call within the 15 minutes, 30 minutes, or an hour or 2 hours. True?
It depends on the nature of the call, depends on who's calling me.
Okay, well, we can assume in general, when you are not on call, you do not have a duty to respond to that call.
I have a professional duty to respond. If a healthcare provider calls me repeatedly, I will call them because there's something urgent that they need help with if it concerns one of my patients.
Sure. And if you're not able to be reached in that time period, whether it's 15 minutes, a half hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, you don't have a responsibility to contact them until you become aware of it.
Obviously, if I'm not aware of the phone call, I don't have a responsibility. But if I'm playing tennis and my phone rings, I don't ignore that phone call. And if it's a colleague, I'll simply stop what I'm doing and respond appropriately to the individual who's calling me.
Understood. But if you're not aware of the phone call, the standard of care does not require you to return that phone call, correct?
If I'm not aware of the phone call, there is no standard.
Doctor, assuming you travel with your family, right?
Yes.
Right. And when you travel, do you take your phone calls if you're out of state?
Yes, I do.
Out of the country?
If the time element is such, I do.
But again, there might be times where you're unavailable for a number of hours where if you don't know the call, it's not your responsibility to call back.
That's correct.
If you have a patient on the floor and you are not on call, the nurse at your institution in Danbury should call the cardiologist that's on call.
Correct.
And ultimately, it's the physician who's on call that's making decisions for that patient.
Correct.
Now, assuming Dr. Wilson was not on call. Assuming he was not on call, we can agree you don't have any criticisms of his care and treatment, correct?
If he got the call, if he got repeated calls, if he got a call from a colleague regarding an urgent patient, I think it's his obligation to call back and to either state, I'm not on call, you need to call this doctor, or this is what, I would do.
All right, so let me go back to my question. We can agree if Dr. Wilson was not on call, evening of September 25th, 2018, we can agree that he did not deviate from the standard of care.
No, I think if he got the call, if he received the calls, plural, with an urgent stat sense to them, I think it's his responsibility and obligation to return that call.
All right, if he did not receive the calls, we can agree he did not deviate from the standard of care, correct?
If he did not get the call, if he did not know that somebody was trying to contact him, that's correct.
And you're assuming if he was not on call but got these calls, if he contacted a healthcare provider to indicate to them to contact another physician, that would be reasonable. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And we can agree from approximately 5:12 up until, I believe it was 6:09, were the time periods that, according to the records that you went over earlier today, was the time periods that he was attempted to be contacted by a number of different individuals. Is that true?
That's true.
From 6:09 till 9 o'clock when he spoke with Dr. Cunningham, you would agree there's no indication anywhere in this record that he was attempted to be called. True?
That's correct, but he did speak to Dr. Cunningham at 7:36, not 9 o'clock.
Where's the record that say that Dr. Cunningham called Dr. Wilson at 7:36?
I think it's in part of Dr. Cunningham's deposition.
All right, well, we'll let Dr. Cunningham testify to that. We'll figure that. On the medical record, there's no indication that Dr. Wilson was contacted at any time after 6:09 up until the time that he spoke with Dr. Cunningham. Can we agree to that?
I'm sorry, could you state that again?
Yeah, from 6:09 up until the time that Dr. Wilson spoke with Dr. Cunningham, there's no indication that he had been contacted. True?
That's correct.
Now, doctor, when you review cases for plaintiff's counsel, you're obviously paid for your time, right?
Correct.
It's about $500 per hour to review
That's
cases.
correct.
$7,500 for trial testimony?
Correct.
And that's what you're doing here today?
Correct.
Your teaching currently is a voluntary basis. You're not paid for that, right?
No, I am paid for it.
Right. Okay. You've registered yourself with medical services where you're utilized and called by medical legal brokers to review cases, right?
Correct.
You've actually gone to the point where you registered as an expert so you can get business from these broker services?
I have terminated one relationship, and the other I haven't been utilized in several years.
But at some point, you registered yourself to get cases from
Yes,
these services.
correct.
One was New England Medical Legal, and the other one was Mednick, right?
Correct.
Now, going back to September 25th, Ms. Bellissimo was seen in the ER around 6 in the morning, right?
Correct.
And Dr. Lele was the admitting physician?
Yes.
And Dr. Lele is a hospitalist or internist?
Hospitalist.
And hospitalists, just so the jury's clear, have training through internal medicine, right?
Yes.
So when we talked about your training, you had a residency in internal medicine, then you did a couple more years in cardiology.
Correct.
And some doctors go through internal medicine, cardiology, and then do further study in interventional cardiology?
Correct.
You never did that?
Interventional was part of my general training in cardiology.
Now they have a subspecialty of it, true?
You have to do an additional year 2 or 3.
As an internist, internal medicine doctor, Dr. Lele would have gone through a 4-year residency?
I don't know what her training was.
And then when the patient was admitted, she was also seen by neurology.
Correct.
And that was a consult that was requested by Dr. Lele.
Correct.
And the patient was seen by neurology, and they were going to order an MRI. They wanted to do some lumbar spines because they were concerned about neurological issues, right?
They were concerned that the fall was neurologic in origin.
Right. Patient was also consulted by infectious disease, right?
Correct.
Now, your understanding of infectious disease training would be, again, 4 years of internal medicine, then an extra fellowship in infectious disease?
Yes, the length of time I'm not aware of.
Anyway, their background training is the same as yours outside of the cardiology and internal medicine.
Correct.
And Ms. Bellissimo was asked to be consulted by infectious disease due to her wounds on her lower extremities, right?
The cellulitis you referred to earlier.
And then Dr. Lele asked for the cardiology consult with Dr. Wilson, and also asked for a nephrology consult with Dr. Aza.
Correct.
And again, nephrology is the study of kidneys.
Correct.
They too would go under a four-year internal medicine and then do a fellowship and study just focusing on the kidneys.
Presumably, the training is 3 years, it's not 4 years.
In internal medicine.
Correct.
And all those physicians evaluated Ms. Aza, strike that. All those physicians, doctor, evaluated Ms. Bellissimo on September 25th.
Correct.
And you saw their consult notes, right?
Yes.
You saw where they documented, these physicians documented their physical exam that she was not complaining of chest pain, right?
No, she did have some chest pain upon admission.
You saw the record, the consult note by Dr. Cox, who was infectious disease.
Yes.
And she indicates in her note that she denies chest pain.
Correct.
You saw the consult note by Dr. Aza of nephrology that she denied chest pain.
Correct. What I'm referring to is her initial presentation in the emergency room, she complained of chest and back pain.
Right. In fact, Dr. Laley in his note, didn't he indicate that he thought the chest pain appeared to be secondary to the fall,
Correct.
not cardiac in nature?
Correct, but she did have chest pain.
Okay. Chest pain she had, based upon your review of the record, appeared to be related to the fall and not cardiac.
Correct, but just for the record, she had chest pain.
Thank you. Again, Dr. Wilson saw this patient. You would agree that we'll strike that the care that you saw regarding Dr. Wilson's care of this patient over those 20-some years, you don't have any problems with the care you rendered.
No.
It was thorough, appropriate, met standard of care.
Correct.
When you saw the patient on the morning of September 25th of 2018, we can agree that the history that he took when he saw Ms. Bellissimo was thorough, appropriate, and met the standard of care, correct?
Yes.
The physical exam that he performed on her when he did his consult on the morning of September 25th was appropriate, thorough, and met the standard of care.
Yes.
And then the orders that he either made or that he agreed to about stopping the metoprolol were all appropriate, true?
Correct, yes.
Now, it looks like from the dialysis record, this patient was in dialysis up until approximately 4:15.
Correct.
And it indicates during the dialysis that she had no complaints of pain, right?
Correct.
And then she was taken back to the floor, and at 5 o'clock or so is when she had this bout of atrial fibrillation.
Yes.
And her heart rate went up.
Yes.
When the nurse noted that there was AFib and a rapid heart rate, it was reasonable and appropriate to order that EKG that you showed the jury from 5 to 12, right?
Correct.
There's a number of causes for ST elevations, right?
Yes.
In a patient with her history of previous myocardial infarction, previous 5-vessel bypass grafting, and her long-standing cardiac history, when you're stressing the heart with a rapid heart rate, you can get ST elevation, right?
Typically, you get ST segment depression. You don't get ST elevation.
If you have ST, if the posterior portion of your heart has been bypassed, as she had, right?
Yeah.
Can you have reciprocal ST elevation in certain leads?
Yes.
And so when the patient's EKG was evaluated at 5:12, it was appropriate for whoever to order the patient to be sent to the ICU, right?
Yes.
Okay. In the records that you were showing earlier, the patient was sent to the ICU. That was based upon a physician's order, right?
Yes.
As to what physician ordered those, are you aware?
No.
We can agree there was a house physician on site on the 25th of 2018.
Who was that person?
Dr. Erdman.
Okay. Erdman.
Yeah. So we can agree that Dr. Erdman was called at or around that time period after the EKG to evaluate the patient. True?
She was called to evaluate the patient. I don't have a documentation of that actual evaluation.
In any event, the patient to be transferred from the step-down floor that she was on to the ICU would need an order by a physician.
Yes.
So we can agree the EKG being ordered at 5:12, the order to send the patient to the ICU were all appropriate. True?
Yes.
You mentioned that the EKG at 512 was concerning. We can agree that the placement in the ICU was appropriate. The order for the heparin was appropriate, right?
She didn't receive heparin until later, it wasn't initially.
And my question was, the order for heparin was appropriate, correct?
Yes,
The order for the patient to receive the metoprolol was
Yes.
appropriate, right? And the reason for that was to try to get a hold of the AFib.
to slow down her heart rate, yes.
And when Dr. Cunningham was involved with the case starting at 6:14, you don't have any criticisms of his care, right?
He was a conduit for Dr. Wilson.
Doctor, the question is, at 6:14, Dr. Cunningham was called and was involved with the care, correct?
Let me just get the timing. Yes, he was called at 6:25, not 6:14.
Yeah, I think he was actually returned his call. He was called and then returned the call pursuant to what he
Well, 6:14, the call went to the office manager suggesting calling Dr. Cunningham. And then 11 minutes later, he called back.
So he was involved with the care starting at 6:25.
Correct.
And you are not critical of Dr. Cunningham, correct?
He's not the one who's being named here.
Doctor, so just so we're clear, you are not testifying that Dr. Cunningham deviated from the standard of care, correct?
The standard of care for Dr. Cunningham was simply trying to get in touch with Dr. Wilson. He deferred decisions to Dr. Wilson.
Doctor, just so we're clear, you're not criticizing, you do not believe Dr. Cunningham deviated from the standard of care, correct?
I didn't look at Dr. Cunningham specifically in this.
Okay, so the jury should not evaluate your testimony when they're looking at this videotape that you're criticizing Dr. Cunningham, correct?
No, I'm not criticizing Dr. Cunningham.
You're not testifying to this jury that Dr. Cunningham deviated from the standard of care, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, Dr. Cunningham called back in 1825 and was updated on the status and gave no new orders, true?
Correct.
Dr. Lele at that time, during this time period, had been contacted by the nursing staff as well, true?
Correct.
Dr. Urban had been contacted by the nursing staff as well, correct?
Correct.
And Dr. Urban had contacted the interventional cardiologist, Dr. Nassif, who actually looked over the EKG, correct?
That's all he did.
Doctor, the question is, Dr. Nassif reviewed the EKG,
Yes.
true? Okay. And you saw on the record that Dr. Nassif did not believe there was a STEMI based upon his evaluation of the EKG, correct?
Correct.
And just so we're clear here, the only doctor you're testifying to that deviated from the standard of care in your evaluation of this case is Dr. Wilson.
Correct.
As to all the other care rendered while this patient was over at Tri-Point Medical Center on September 25th of 2018, you do not have any criticisms and you're not opining that any of the other medical care providers deviated from the standard of care.
Correct.
And that's true of when she was sent over to University Hospital main campus, right?
Yes.
You're aware Dr. Cunningham's an interventional cardiologist?
Yes, I am.
We can agree that the patient did not have any active chest pain when after 5 o'clock?
Correct.
We can agree that any of the physicians that were contacted that saw her after 5 p.m. up until the time that Dr. Wilson was contacted could transfer this patient, true?
I don't believe that's true.
And what's the basis for that?
Because hospitalists at my institution, and I assume it's true, don't have the ability to have a patient transferred to another cardiologist at another center.
But you don't know what the realm of Ohio is as it is to transfer, correct?
I don't, but I'm pretty much aware of what happens in the state of Connecticut.
Dr. Nassif, if he was concerned, could have ordered transfer, correct?
He was not responsible for her care. There's no note in the chart regarding his involvement, so I can't comment on that.
Do you know whether or not Dr. Nassif could have transferred this patient?
I don't.
Do you know whether or not Dr. Lele could have transferred this patient?
I don't.
Do you know whether or not Dr. Erdman could have transferred this patient?
I don't.
Do you know whether or not Dr. Cunningham could have transferred this patient?
Dr. Cunningham could have.
You don't know whether or not Dr. Azam could have transferred this patient?
Doubtful.
How about Dr. Todorov, who placed the jugular line?
Doubtful.
You don't know, correct?
I don't know.
You never practiced medicine in Ohio.
Correct.
You've never been licensed to practice medicine in Ohio.
That's correct.
When this patient was, so you mentioned that the patient was transferred at, I believe, 10:20.
Correct.
And when Dr. Wilson was contacted, it was your understanding he spoke with Dr. Josephson
Yes.
and orchestrated transfer.
Correct.
You are not critical of the care rendered by the clinicians from 5/12 up until the time period that Dr. Wilson was called, correct?
Correct. In their capacity as hospitalists.
And as Dr. Azam,
He was a nephrologist.
but in his capacity of being contacted from 5/12, all the clinicians that are on this record, you are not, we can agree their care was reasonable, correct?
Dr. Azim attempted to contact Dr. Wilson.
Was it appropriate for Dr. Cunningham to order further testing and control the AFib?
Not testing, medications.
If they ordered other,
Another electrocardiogram.
right, that was reasonable?
Yes.
When Dr. Cunningham was called, it was appropriate for him to order a central line?
Yes.
And that Dr. Todorov was reasonable when he could not get access to the central line, he did it, place the jugular line?
Yes.
The reason they do that was for what?
Administering the metoprolol.
The reason you want the metoprolol is you want to get this heart rate back down, right?
Correct.
To see if the increased heart rate was the cause of the changes in the elevation on the EKG.
Partly.
And when Dr. Wilson was contacted, him calling Dr. Josephson and order a transfer was reasonable, in your opinion?
Yes.
Had Dr. Wilson spoken with the hospital at 5:15, all the steps that were taken by Dr. Cunningham and the other physicians would have been reasonable steps to take before initiating transfer, true?
If I might, I think Dr. Wilson's perspective on this patient was different than all the other physicians who were involved in her care. He knew her best.
All right, let me ask that question again. If Dr. Wilson had spoken to the hospital at 5:15, all the steps that were taken by Dr. Cunningham and the other physicians would have been reasonable steps to take before initiating transfer.
They would have been, yes.
It's reasonable to wait a reasonable amount of time to see if those interventions were working for this patient.
You don't want to wait too long.
But it was reasonable to wait a reasonable amount of time to see if those interventions were working on this patient, correct?
It depends on what you mean by reasonable length of time.
You can't give an actual time you believe the standard of care required this patient to be transferred, right?
An absolute time?
Yeah.
think once you get beyond 3 hours, that is below the standard of care.
Okay, so beyond 3 hours from 5, 12, it would be below the standard care to transfer. Is that your statement, doctor?
I don't think waiting, what was it, from the time she got transferred, which was 10:20, from 5 o'clock, 5 hours and 20 minutes, represents a standard of care. I think it should have been earlier than that.
Sure. You just told us on the record here that sometime after 3 hours she should have been transferred, right? That's what you just testified to.
Once the troponin came back, I'm thinking about this. Don't hold me to an absolute. But once that troponin came back as going up at 5:56, that should have accelerated the transfer process.
And as you indicated a few moments ago, within 3 hours would have been reasonable, correct?
No, I'll backtrack on that.
But as to a specific time, you can't say, correct?
There are a lot of variables that go into the transfer. I think you're asking me to pin down an exact number, and I can't do that. I can tell you that the 6 hours or 5 hours and 20 minutes that it did take was below the standard of care.
But as to a specific time, you can't give us.
I think that once that troponin came back as being elevated, that should have set the clock going, and she should have been transferred earlier.
And if she was transferred, and you're talking about the .41?
Yes, correct.
That can be raised for a number of different reasons, right?
Of course.
I mean, it can be raised to a .41 in a patient who's just gone through dialysis, right?
Yes, but we have a curve here. We have one initially, and then it goes up to .41 in a woman who has multiple comorbidities, whose EKG is strikingly abnormal.
So when the troponin came back at .41, should have got the clock going. As to a specific time period when she needed to be transferred, you can't state, correct?
I can't give you an exact number. I can simply tell you that waiting until 10:20 from my review of this was unacceptable.
But wait until 8 o'clock would be reasonable.
I said, I'm rethinking that. I'm saying 5:56 was the time the troponin came back positive.
And without knowing a distinct time to have this patient transferred, you can't say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that the transfer earlier would have changed her outcome, correct?
I think it's more likely than not that had a transfer occurred substantially less than the 5 hours and 20 minutes I referenced, her chances of survival would have been greater.
Had she, okay, as to how much greater you can't state, true?
I think it's more likely than not she would have survived this incident.
Had she been transferred at or around 8 o'clock in the evening of September 25th, you can't state to a reasonable degree of medical probability that she would survive.
I backtrack on the 8 o'clock.
I'm giving you a hypothetical, doctor.
Sure, but I'm giving you another hypothetical, which is once that 5:56 troponin was elevated, the clock should have been initiated, and I think Dr. Wilson even acknowledges that in his deposition.
Doctor, we can agree that had she been transferred at or around 8 o'clock.
At any time, whether it's 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock, every hour you keep waiting, her chances of survival are diminished, and you're removing that chance by not giving her more definitive treatment.
We can agree, had she been transferred at or around 8 o'clock that evening, more likely than not, she was not going to survive. True?
That's not correct.
Did you review the EMS transfer records
Yes,
from TriPoint to?
yes,
Can you agree with their records?
yes,
We can agree she was not in any pain during those records?
correct.
We can agree that the patient was being sent to a higher level of cardiac care,
Yes.
and she was stable at present, correct?
I don't think she was stable. That's an EMS report. That's not a physician's
I just
report.
asked you if you agree with it.
I don't agree with it.
Okay, so when they say stable at present, you disagree with that portion of the EMS record?
Yes.
We can agree that when she got to TriPoint,
UH.
we can agree when she got to UH, her vital signs were stable.
Yes.
We can agree she had zero pain.
Correct.
She had zero pain pursuant to the Wilda scale.
Yes.
Do you utilize the Wilda
No.
scale?
But I'm familiar with it.
But what you are familiar is 0 out of 10 means she had no pain.
Correct.
Her vital signs were stable, and she was not in a cath
Her
lab.
heart rate was not stable.
She was an AFib.
Rapid atrial fibrillation.
She was taken to the CICU, correct?
Correct.
Prior to this cardioversion, they obtained consent.
From the family to do the cardioversion.
All right, so your understanding was she was received at University Hospital at about 2300, 11 o'clock.
Correct.
She was taken to the CICU. Outside of her rapid heart rate, she had stable vital signs, correct?
I don't recall what her blood pressure was when she arrived in the CICU.
Well, can we agree she was not hypotensive when she knew?
I know
96 over.
that's hypotensive in my book.
If you're gonna reference a blood pressure, I'd like you to show it to the doctor.
That's hypotensive.
96 over 69.
Attorney, that's hypotensive.
We can agree that she was not taken to the, she was taken to the SCICU, right?
Correct.
And that's where they obtained consent from the family, and the cardioversion was not done until approximately 1:48.
Correct.
And she had an arrest from the cardioversion.
She had a, yes,
She had a PEA arrest,
correct.
and she was asystolic for 4 to 5 minutes, right?
That's correct.
And thereafter, she was taken to the cath lab at approximately 4 in the morning, right?
Correct.
And after her asystole from the cardioversion, she had developed increased lactate over the ensuing days, right?
Correct.
And so that was a metabolic issue from her asystole.
She was in shock.
And ultimately, her cause of death was cardiac in nature due to metabolic changes, right?
Correct.
All right, doctor, I don't have any other questions. Appreciate your time here today.
A few quick follow-ups, Doctor. Are we set for me to begin? Okay, thank you. Doctor, you're on call at your hospital, correct?
Yes.
And do you receive on-call calls when you're on call?
Yes.
And you return those calls?
Yes.
If you have a patient that's in the hospital and you receive a call and you're not on call, do you return those calls?
Yes.
When you receive repeated calls concerning the same patients, and or if you receive an on-call that says staff, what do you do in those instances?
Yeah, I respond promptly.
Whether you're on call or whether it's your patient, it doesn't matter.
Correct.
And doctor, you receive calls from colleagues, other physicians at the hospital you receive pages for concerning your patient that are staff. What do you do when you receive those calls?
I return the call.
Whether you're on call or whether it's just your patient.
Correct.
Doctor, physicians have to agree to be on call on certain days. They're just not assigned, they have to be available, correct?
Correct.
And am I right to assume that, that when you're on call, you agree to be on call at your office?
Yeah, there's a schedule that's sent out, and I either will take call or not take
You
call
approve it?
on the day that I'm assigned.
Okay, I'd like to talk about the chest pain. As you mentioned, when Mrs. Bellissimo came to the emergency room, you mentioned that she had some chest pain, correct?
Yes,
And she was given nitro and morphine for that pain, correct?
correct.
And she was also given a drug called Narco. Is
Yes.
that correct? What's Narco?
It's a combination of acetaminophen and an opioid,
Okay. And the purpose,
oxycodone.
and the purpose of her getting nitro, morphine, and Norco are what?
Well, the narco is to treat the pain if it was mechanical pain or back and chest pain, and the nitroglycerin is to treat coronary pain.
Okay. And the purpose of the medication is to bring the patient out of pain, correct?
Correct.
Doctor, at or around 5 o'clock, I'm going to hand you the nursing notes, and this one's not highlighted. But if we go to the note that is timed at 16:25, which is actually 4:25 p.m., when she got back from that dialysis, does it indicate that Mrs. Bellissimo received any pain medication?
Yeah, she didn't have any pain medication. She was given intravenous Ativan,
Okay.
which is an anxiolytic.
Okay, you read the note at 4:25.
Oh, I'm sorry, as well as PO Narco, for moderate back pain when lying flat.
And doctor, if I might, the medication records show that she received the Narco a short time before 5 o'clock. You recall that?
Correct.
Will the Narco disguise pain, high pain, relieve pain of a patient?
It can help with pain relief, yes.
Okay. So a patient, particularly in Mrs. Strike that. Doctor, also I'd like you to look at the note. At 5 o'clock, inserting the Ativan that Mrs. Bellissimo was given.
Yes.
And how did the Ativan affect her?
She became lethargic and sleepy.
So she had both Ativan and Narco just before 5 o'clock, or within a half hour of having that EKG done at 5:12.
Correct.
Doctor, Mr. Avery trying to ask you many questions about other physicians at High Point Hospital other than Dr. Wilson. Doctor, so I'm going to ask you, do you agree that it was reasonable for those physicians at Tri Point Hospital to attempt to stabilize this patient until Dr. Wilson was reached?
Yes.
And was it reasonable for them to try to reach Dr. Wilson, since it was his patient and he was in the best position to make a decision on her condition?
Yes.
And doctor, what did Dr. Wilson do as soon as he called the hospital at 9 o'clock?
He reviewed the electrocardiogram and expressed concern about the 512 EKG and stated he wanted her transferred.
Okay. And you mentioned Dr. Wilson's deposition.
Yes.
Okay. You had reviewed that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If Dr. Wilson had called earlier on this patient, based upon his deposition testimony and your review of these records, he's after all, the echocardiogram was back at what, 5:12?
The echo or EKG?
I'm sorry, the EKG was back at 5:12.
EKG was 512.
Okay. And the troponin rise came back, what, at about just before 6 o'clock?
5:56.
Okay. Did you believe that Dr. Wilson had called the hospital earlier at or around those times? What do you believe Dr. Wilson would have done?
He stated that and this is his words, he would have made the same decision.
And done what?
Transferred the patient.
And do you believe that would have been within the standard of care at that time?
Yes,
And you believe had Dr. Wilson transferred the patient at that time, she would have survived?
yes,
And those opinions are based upon a reasonable medical certainty, correct, doctor?
yes.
And doctor, how did her condition when she got at UH, how did that play a role in her death? Could you explain that to the jury?
This unfortunate woman had been subjected to a rapid heart rate for a prolonged period of time. She had ischemia based upon the EKG, significant ischemia, and that combination of ischemia and a rapid heart rate ultimately led to a decreased blood pressure. As defense attorney has indicated, and that sets up a patient for decreased perfusion to their organs and the syndrome of acidosis, metabolic acidosis, complicating shock.
Okay, that's the shock you mentioned.
Yes.
No further questions, doctor. Doctor, this patient was under Dr. Cunningham's cardiac care from 6:25 till 9 o'clock, correct? Correct. I don't have any other questions. Good.
Hey, Bob.
Yes, sir.
Come on up here. Can I see counsel? Bob's going to take you back to the jury room for a couple minutes. He'll be back shortly, okay?
All right, so jury.
Stay there. I'll just wait till they go. Yeah. No, have a seat. Have a seat. Have a seat. So tell me about tomorrow's lineup.
I'm calling Dr. Lillet
What
first.
time?
Whenever court opens, he's
8:30?
been told to come at 8:30.
8:30. And
We
then-
have Betsy Snyder, and we have Dr. Cunningham, I told to come as early as 11:30. And plaintiff will rest at that point, Your Honor.
Okay, no, what was the other one?
The nurse I'm not calling,
What was her name?
Catherine Walker.
Okay. All right. And then you've got Dr.
Expert
Wilson.
coming in Wednesday night, put on Thursday, put Dr. Wilson back on, Dr. Messerly.
Which one?
coming-
Dollar?
Yeah,
Wednesday,
Dr. Alan
Thursday?
Dollar.
Okay.
Put him on Thursday AM, Dr. Wilson, then Dr. Messerly comes in. Thursday evening, we'll put him on Friday and close it right thereafter.
Okay, you think Lele and Snyder are going to take till 11:30?
I was just told that's when Dr. Cunningham could be here. That's the earliest.
Told by who?
I'm sorry?
Told by who?
The defense
That was
attorney.
us.
Do you think we're going to be waiting around after Lele and Snyder are done?
So I don't know how long he's gonna take. Are you saying what time should we start, so there's a smaller gap, or? Okay.
We're going to start at 8:30.
Yeah, no, Dr. Cunningham couldn't get here. Unfortunately or unfortunately, he was on jury duty last week. So his flexibility, he doesn't have it this week, and that was the only time he was available to get in.
Initially, it was set at, I think, in the afternoon.
Right, he was gonna
Based
come
upon
at
what
1.
we had discussed beforehand, and we've talked to him, best he could be here is 11:30,
Where's he coming from?
I believe Ahuja.
All right. Well, I'm going to bring them back in, let them go. Start tomorrow at 8:30. before you leave, get your stuff cleared up as quickly as you can, because I got some criminal stuff that I filled in this afternoon. But before you leave, get a copy of the draft of the jury instructions. And then after you review them, if you have any specifics you don't want or comments, email them to Nicole. And then what we'll likely do is tomorrow after we finish Cunningham, talk about the instructions, okay? But whatever changes you are going to request, email them to Nicole later on so she has them. All right? Anything before I bring them in?
I just want to note for purposes of the record, are we on the record?
No, we're not. You want to be on the record? We're on the record.
Okay, I could have waited. I just went for purposes of the record, I've marked, I'm going to give you the court reporter, Court's Exhibit number 1, which is the complete transcript of Dr. Alexander's trial testimony.
Okay, but we're not, that's not going to be admitted.
No, it doesn't go
Okay.
to the jury, it's just one part of the court record.
All right. All right, you ready to bring them back in? You guys got to get this order better. I expect it to be better on day 3. Have a seat. All right, have a seat. Because of some unavoidable scheduling issues, we're not going to have another witness today, so we're going to let you go early. You get to play in the snow, I suppose, if you really want to. But so we'll start, be back again, please, at 8:25. We'll start at 8:30. Remember not to discuss the case among yourselves when you're back there in the jury room or with anybody else, meaning when you go home, don't talk about the case. Don't try to find out any information from any source, and no conclusions until you deliberate. Okay? Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Have a good evening. Yeah, just leave it there. All right. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm just gonna, I want to pick up so he can have his criminal stuff when I talk to you for a second.
Yeah. I mean, you need help moving all this?
No, I don't move any of this stuff. I don't take it.
Oh, you
leave it.
Just
I don't
leave
take
this.
it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Instructions, interrogatories, and verdict forms.
Okay, this is a lot thinner than the other ones. Probably combined pages.
I think all we have is one. I think we have that Broadwater or something, Soraya. She's the only. I think she's the only one. No, not unless something's happened in the last 2.5 hours. Yeah.
Your Honor, is it still okay to leave some stuff behind?
Yeah. Yeah, if you just slide it down to the end, that's all.
We don't need the exhibits anymore, right?
Yeah. Right.
We'll leave that there.
Yeah, nobody will be at that table, so don't worry about it.
At least you know where it's going.
Thank you.
Here.
Thank you.
Yeah, you know.
Nice work, Frank.
Thanks.
You were having trouble connecting to the monitor there for a minute.
I know that it was,
I think
it was just
I think after 3 seconds, the judge was already like, hey, get it started.
it was
Yeah,
just as,
luckily I've been here before in this room, so I know that they have to switch between the two tables.
Right.
it was just as exciting as the first time. I
What's your head, Jack?
You've watched that twice.
I sat through it.
Poor thing, you.
Didn't you like the documents that I put? Didn't you like the documents I put up?
Oh, that's right, you were there live. I figured you were watching it at home in your free time.
Funny boys. All right, Frank, safe travels.
Absolutely, you too.
sit in one of the green ones or whatever. Alright. Yeah, we had trial room, as you know, so.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, so that's why we got everything all scattered around here right now.
Oh, nice.
So, sit in a green chair and relax, you're good to go.
Wait, you got media people here?
Oh yeah, everybody's got their own electronics and everything like that, so.
Wait, it's only 2:30?
Yeah, why, do you want it to be later?
Well, no, he said last week it was at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, they had a feeling that this was gonna be a little early today, so,
Because now my dad and my sister's not even going to be able to be here.
ugh.
I think they wanted to talk to the judge.
Yeah, let me see.
I'll be here.
Oh, that sucks. They're going to drive all the way out here from East Lake for nothing. So is Judge Fury, is he like permanently taking over for Judge Lucci? No, just a sit-in?
Yep.
Do they do it like month by month or just however long they can do it?
Whoever can work it, I guess. I wish they'd hurry up and make up their mind who can replace them.
Yeah. I like Judge Lucci. Sorry. I remember being like little, and my dad would always say, once you hit 30, you always need that afternoon nap. And I was like, I'll never need naps. Now I need a nap like every day. How is this judge? I'm afraid of him already.
What's that?
I said, how is Judge O'Donnell? I'm afraid of him. I've never met him.
He's very fair.
Yeah. I hope. Have you ever met Judge Gibson? He was mean. He was very mean to me. He was my original sentencing judge. I had him at the end of last month. And the way he worded it, like I asked him to like reinstate like my probation and extend it on top of the 2 months I sat there before I had court. And he was like, I'm not. Your probation's terminated and you're doing 120 days. So I thought at that point I was off probation because he told me, not even in other words, in his words, everybody in the system gave up on me, probation included. So I didn't think I was on probation anymore. So I had contact with one of the person I originally violated with, because he's an addict, and I've known him my whole life, and he just reaches out, and I'm like his person, like somebody that hasn't given up on him after everything. And probation turned around and violated me again. That's why I'm here now. And I was like, if he would have just put in that word, like, because they said that it was terminated, but not until after I got out of jail. And I've never been on probation, so I don't know how any of this works. But the way he worded it, if he would have said, you're on probation until your time is up, or you're doing this, and then you're on, like, one extra word in his sentence would have made all of this not happen. That's what I'm trying to figure out how to explain to the judge so he sees that. And I'm scared. I've never met this judge. That's why I said I knew Judge Lucci. He was my original judge. But they say if you can make it through Lucci, you can make it through anybody.
Pretty much.
And then, like, the same person that I violated with, he only got a sentence of 1 week in jail. And I got 4 months. But he had Judge Condon. And they extended his probation a year. Which is why I thought it was fair to sit 2 months and then ask for a probation extension. And I didn't get it. I got jail time. And I have a lot of medical problems. I was just at the hospital again on Sunday because my sugar dropped to 25.
That's low.
Yeah. I've never had problems with like low blood sugar until I was in jail. And I've had diabetes for like almost like 25 years. I've been incarcerated since December. I've been in the ICU once and to the hospital twice. And I just had to get rushed out on Sunday because of my sugar. And I'm like 3 weeks away from my original out date too. I was gonna ask if anything, if he wanted to keep me locked up, he would do house arrest. Consider it. So I don't lose my kids. I could lose my kids over staying in jail.
Wonder how expensive house arrest is.
Whatever it is, I would pay it. So technically, I wouldn't be out doing what I wanted. It would be doing what I needed, like seeing my doctors and being with my kids so they don't have to go with their dad, who they hardly know.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, how are you?
Hi.
Got back here.
Yeah, I didn't realize
got
it was.
back here quick. Yeah, I came out to tell you that day and you were gone already, but I thought maybe.
Oh yeah, they took us. Like I know my dad and sister wanted to be here, but they didn't expect to be here until 4.
Yeah, I ended up moving it up, but I had recommended. I said, no, punishment wise, if he was, instead of prison, just possibly make your sentence slightly longer and still get out and be on probation.
Like how much longer?
Well, it'd be up to him. I think there has to be some consequence for that to be prison. So if he had a little bit of time, I'm not saying a whole lot, a couple of days or something.
Yeah. Just like I, yeah.
And then, I have the same thing where you'd be on probation. So, we'll admit the violation if we can, not admit it, they have the records of it, and then, shoot for that, okay? I think that's
April 24th, but all
Okay.
the evidence needed to be in by the 10th.
Okay.
Seated. We're here on 19-1190, 2586, 2904, and 2010-54 Saray Broadwater. Violation of community control. The violation is on January 31. No, wait a minute. February 1, contacted Eric Rusin, who's on parole with the Adult Parole Authority, apparently on the loose somewhere at that time. And also January 31, used the jail messaging system to contact William Weitzman, who's on probation. You understand that charge?
Yes.
All right, we're here for the final hearing. Mr. Hinton?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's my understanding that Ms. Broadwater would waive final hearing and admit the violation.
Is that what you want to do?
Yes.
What's your plea to the allegation?
Guilty.
And I'll accept your guilty plea and find you guilty. Now, what day were you in court on a similar violation?
January 31st.
And what were you told at that time by Judge Gibson?
I was told per sentence that I was going to serve the 120 days on all 4 cases, ran concurrently, and my probation was terminated.
All right, and your probation was terminated when you finished your 120 days, right?
That is not how I understood it, but
Well, weren't you told by him that if you contacted them while you were serving this 120 days, that it would be a violation?
not to my recollection, no.
Were either of you two in court at that time?
I was, Your Honor.
What did Judge Gibson tell her?
Absolutely told her to have no contact with them during the time she was in the jail, and if she did, she was to be violated, she would be brought back, and the prison sentence would be imposed.
Somehow you missed that?
I believe how it was worded and how I took it and what the literal meaning was meant. I think there was just it was just a big misunderstanding.
Okay, so then, if he didn't mean that, or if that wasn't what happened, then why would he even bother saying not to have contact with him if you were off probation? What would be the point of it?
I think when he was going over it, like the final sentence, as I think perceived what he was saying, was that I believed that I was no longer on community control. I didn't know it was going to be on probation until I left the jail April 6th. My original out date,
if
April
that were
6th.
true and you were no longer on probation, then you can contact these clowns to your heart's content, right?
Right. That's why I didn't have contact once I was told, once I was incarcerated at the beginning of December. And I had waited to return a message to William Weitzman on January 31st when sentencing was over. And I believed I wasn't on it any longer. And I didn't know I was on probation until I got the violation served to me February 10th. And that's when all communication, the communication ended with Eric. And it was just the one message attempting to return a response to Mr. Weitzman that he had given to me.
What? What did he contact you about?
He had contacted me through a corrections officer when he was incarcerated in the middle of January from the 17th to the 24th, saying to let me know he was there and that he loved me and wanted to know how court went, to let him know. And that's what I did. I sent him a message letting him know the sentencing. And if the message was read how I had written it, it said that I was off probation, and that's how I took it. That's why the only reason I contacted him.
Got anything on that?
She did send him a message on January 31st. It was saying what exactly her sentence was.
Was that the last contact with Weitzman?
Yes, Your Honor.
What about Rusin?
Mr. Ruskin, my last, I believe it was the 9th of February. I want to say it was the 9th of February.
The last message that I have her sending to Eric was on March 8th. It was through one of his fake accounts that is still linked to his email.
March 8th, what's today? Because he's incarcerated.
March 14th. It's today.
Yeah, because Mr. Ruskin's incarcerated at the Lake County Jail right now. And that was given to me through the same CO that had given me the message from Mr. Weitzman as well.
What do you got? Secret COs passing notes or what?
They come to do my medication and they say, hey, do you know this person? And I say yes.
When did Ruskin go to jail? Do you know, Kaylee?
He was arrested on March 10th, Your Honor.
Okay, so what's with this message on March 8th?
Don't know.
You don't know. What's the message?
It says, it was so good to finally hear from you. I tried calling a bunch of times last night, but it was going straight to voicemail. So I go to court today at 3. It got changed last week, and I just found out. Thank you for sending that money. Now I can get honey buns and make my ass a little fatter. So my brother's in here. They offered him 3 to 5 years. I don't know what his game plan is, though. He'll have to keep me up on his court docket and keep me updated. Makes me so sad he's going away again. Nana is here, too. Family fucking reunion in the LCJ. My girl Sarah is here with me, too, so it's going better. I've known her since we were toddlers, or young thugs, as she puts it. She got brought up here from Marysville for an indictment, walked into someone's house and fell asleep, so she got hit with an F2 and they offered her 3 years. I'm hoping court goes good. I don't know why they want to keep doing this to me. I didn't even know I was still on probation anymore. My mom got me an attorney though, so hopefully the judge sees that. I will call in a little while, so let me know when the phones are on. Okay, love you.
That message written was not to Mr. Ruskin.
Who was it to?
That contact was through Veronica. Her name is Veronica, and that is an ex-girlfriend of mine from when I first met her when I was 15 years old. And I got a friend request on the tablet. That message was sent out, and there was no message resent or sent again. I was waiting for a reply.
Who did that message go to?
The name was Veronica Wright, and it is linked to Eric Ruskin's email.
How's that possible?
I don't know. When they send requests in, there's a name, there's no email or anything, or no other information sent with those requests. It's a first and a
when's the
last name.
So you're okay. I'm going to play along with your story for a minute. When is the last time that you had any contact with this Veronica?
Probably around July 4th of last year.
Okay. So out of the blue on March 8th, she's sending you money.
It happens. I've had people
So
contact me on,
How much money did she send you?
I believe it was $30.
Okay, so here's what you're asking me to do. Okay, here's where we're at 3 minutes after 3 today. You're daring me to check, to go to the IT people and trace back to see where this message is coming from. You're betting that it ain't going to come back to Ruskin.
I'm telling you, there was money put on my account. There was a friend request from my ex-girlfriend, and
I know you told me. I heard you tell me that.
Yeah, and I accepted that. I don't know whose email that came to or it went to. I responded to the friend request and I said thank you.
Can you read that again for me?
So good to hear from you. I tried calling a bunch of times last night, but it was going straight to
Okay,
voicemail.
now wait a minute. Stop. You tried calling, what's her name, Veronica? Is that what it says?
That's what the
You tried calling Veronica a bunch of times on March 7th?
Yeah, when she
Okay.
originally sent me the friend request and a phone
When
number.
did she send you the friend request?
I believe it was the 7th of March. It was the day before I believe I wrote that.
All right. Is there something, how does this whole goofy tablet thing work? If somebody, how, do they all have their own tablet? What the hell's going on?
They're community tablets.
Okay, so somebody sends your story is somebody, this Veronica sends a friend request to a tablet to you. Do we have what she receives?
Yeah, we're able to see that.
Okay, what does the one show for March 7th?
I don't think I have that one printed out, Your Honor.
So, how does somebody make a friend request?
Oh, it's they go to the Smart Communications website. They put in like I believe the state and city of the detention center. They look up the inmate and then they can select to request that person for communications. I believe that's how
And I know with attorneys, there's something similar for us to contact inmates in the prison where you type in their prison number and it
So how did you become aware that you got a friend request from Veronica?
So when I log on my end, it will say that I have a new, somebody trying to make a connection with me, and I can either go on and accept it or I can deny it.
Okay, what did you do?
I accepted it because in order to read, if there's a message attached, you have to accept them as a friend to view that message.
Okay, so this just came in from Veronica as a friend request.
Yes,
Okay, and that was it.
with a message attached to it with the phone number in it.
Okay, and how did you call her?
I called her from the phone inside of the range that I'm on.
Just a regular phone?
Yeah, it's a pay.
Like
Yeah,
one
it's a
with buttons on
payphone.
it, you push numbers in?
Yes.
Okay. And you called a bunch of times. How many times?
I mean, ballpark. I'd think back a week, probably around like 4 or 5 times.
On March 7th?
Yes.
And she didn't answer?
No.
Did you send her back something on a tablet, said, I tried to call you, you're not picking up?
That's when I responded. I tried to call her a bunch of times, and I
Well,
was
that was
getting...
March 8th. I'm talking about when you called her a bunch of times on March 7th.
No, because by the time I tried calling her, by the time I got back from church, Bible study, and I tried to call her, I mean, the tablets do go off at the same time every day, so I kind of just called it a night. I said maybe I'll try tomorrow, but then I sent a message back to that request, and I said I tried what she had just read. I tried calling, and it was going to voicemail.
How long has she known Ruskin?
Oh my God, I can't remember a time in my life where I haven't known Eric.
No, how long has Veronica known Ruskin?
We all grew up together.
Okay.
I've known them. I mean, I've known Eric longer, but I've also known her for about 20 years.
If I wanted to have contact with somebody in the jail, Kaylee, and would I have to go on how would I do that? I would go on the internet just to smart whatever the hell it is, plug in Lake County Jail, Painesville, Ohio, and then pick my inmate? Is that how you do it?
That's my understanding, Your Honor.
How does the email figure into it?
They each have like an inmate number. You pick an inmate number.
No, but the email, you said it's coming from Ruskin's email.
Yes. So each account needs linked, like it needs an email in order to create the account.
So your bet is that I'm going to accept that what you're telling me is true and just kind of go on with things, right? That's your bet, right? Your bet is that I'm not going to actually check those things.
You can. I don't know what you intend to do. You're more than welcome to or not to, but I'm saying on my end, there's only a first and a last name that I would have already been in trouble.
What other, hold on, Kaylee, what other names, does Ruskin use other names?
He does, Your Honor.
What other names does he use?
The names that are linked to his account are Ethan Hunt, which is DumDum69, Roman Gum Gum, and that's linked with How You Do That, and then his name of Eric Truson, and the username is Looks Really Good.
Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of those names, but I'm not connected with any of the with the Ethan, whatever it was.
Have those names been sending messages to her?
Yes, Your Honor. I more specifically have the ones printed out by Roman Gum Gum, which is the one that's linked to How You Do That.
So you're not aware of getting messages from that, those names?
Yeah, those ones, and those are the ones that Judge
Here's-
Gibson had
so-
sentenced me on.
All right, so
Because it was
here-
before the 31st.
Here's what we're gonna do, it's 10 after right now, okay? I'm coming back at 13 after, okay?
Do I say?
to make a few comments if I could on this situation. I'm certainly not making up any excuses. I was not at the hearing with Judge Gibson. I've heard a few different versions as
But wait, before you do that, that part of the discussion is over, okay? Gibson made it clear that she was on probation till her sentence was finished, and if she contacted, it would be a new violation, okay? Otherwise, there's no earthly reason for Gibson to discuss not contacting these two people. So that part of it's over, all right?
Sure. Understood, Your Honor, and I'm certainly not making up any excuses, and myself and Ms. Broadwater both understand there needs to be consequences for this violation, but what we're asking is a consequence short of prison under these circumstances, or probation could be extended. She could be placed on house arrest, or she could be given a longer stay in the Lake County Jail.
But I'm not even to the disposition part of this whole thing yet, okay? I'm still on the March 8th part of this.
Sure.
That's.
It sounds like Ms. Broadwater actually had a relationship with this individual, so when she saw that name...
I just want to make sure, is she still maintaining that it wasn't Ruskin that contacted her under the name of whatever it was, Veronica?
Well, I don't think her position on it is that she just saw the name, and she had a previous long-term relationship with this Veronica.
All right, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to gather all the facts on this, okay? I'm going to get the IT people involved, okay? And then if what I think is true, then she's in for a world of hurt when the sentence comes down, okay? Because not only did she defy what Gibson said, okay, the same day, all right, then she continues to have contact with Ruskin as recently as March 8th, and then comes in here and lies to me. Okay, so that's the next step. All right, that's it.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Your Honor.